game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here. And we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized, and they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk. This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk. This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14. And I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And They've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players, for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk. This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk. This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the day 3 of the Indian Chess Tour supported by MPL. MPL is one of the largest skill and e-gaming platforms across the world. Welcome back, and a quick look at the standings before going into the day today, into the games. Abhimanyu with 5 wins in a row is on top of the leaderboard along with Leon, who has been leading from day 1 and has consistently maintained his lead for all the rounds so far. Arjun had a bit of an average day 1, but he has bounced back quite well on day 2, 3 wins and 1 draw against Ronak. Surya, somber start, but 4 wins in a row, 2 losses in a row. Hot and cold performance so far, but he's right up there. And it will be interesting to see how some of the other people bounce back. There's AD, who finished second in the Indian Chess Tour last year, the qualifiers, and hasn't quite got going so far. And all the old guards. Exciting day 3. SL takes on Sethuraman, and the games to look out for: Ronak against Adivan and Abhijit Gupta against Arjun Erigaisi. And the leaders, Leon takes black pieces against Karthikeyan Murli, and the other leader, Abhimanyu Puranik, takes on Lalit Babu, also with the black pieces. Leon had 3 whites yesterday, so it's going to be more balanced. He's going to have more blacks in the coming rounds, whereas Abhimanyu has played 4 whites and 4 blacks so far. So these are the 2 leaders right now. Arjun plays against Abhijit Gupta, also with the black pieces, and Surya plays against Aryan Chopra with the black pieces. So all the players on top of the leaderboard have the black pieces in their games today on round 9, and it'll be interesting to see how they are able to keep up their momentum, how their strategies would be to stay solid or to keep going, keep maintaining their momentum. Quite excited.
game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
We are back, and the rounds are set to begin at any moment in just about 2 minutes now. A quick look at Abhimanyu's game so far yesterday. He managed to have an amazing day. He started off with a win against Gukesh, and the game was quite tense. It was at this point, d6 check, e6, e5, knight g4, queen e4. We were looking at rook into h7 in the commentary yesterday, where black had rook f5, and it was not quite clear how things were going to go. But queen e4 was one of the other moves, and we were looking at this whole thing. Abhimanyu managed to survive this position, and not only survive, but he managed to turn the tables around with starting from rook into f3 here in this very complex position, and managed to get all his pieces active. He managed to not only thwart White's attack, not only repel it, but to completely turn the tables on Gukesh, who has also had an amazing run so far. Very consistent place, second place in the national championship, second place in the Delhi Open. But in this game, it was Abhimanyu who came on tops. This was an especially instructive moment in the game yesterday when White played rook c7. Black could have continued with c3 with the idea of getting the knight onto c3 and attacking the rook on e2. But this would have allowed White to set up a fortress with rook into c3, queen into c3, and this bishop to g3 and the rook to e3. But Abhimanyu cleverly evaded this, and he just went with the pawn to g3. And the white bishop had to get distracted from the f4 point, and when he had to do this, it was black to play and win in 2 moves. And chat, here is your first question. Black to play, what would you play here, and how would you finish and close off this game? While you're figuring out this, a quick reminder that the Great Indian Gaming League, conducted by our title sponsor MPL, in which you can win a total value of 2,000 crores, is happening from March 24 to May 29. To participate in the GIGL, download the MPL app from the link in the pinned comment or from the description. Will I be playing in any of these events? I'm not quite sure. It really depends on the dates and the schedules. Nice try, Shreya, knight d2 check, but I think the move order can be a bit better. Knight d2 check directly, White has the option to play king e1. So you might want to start it a bit differently and then go knight d2 check. You start with queen d1 check, White goes rook e1 and knight d2 check. And this is how Abhimanyu closed off the game and had his first win of yesterday. And as we are talking about this, the round 9 has begun and the first moves have been made. SL starting off with 1 e4 and its French defense against its French defense in this SL Narayanan Srinath game. And pretty much all the games have begun. It's a Sicilian defense in Raunak against Adivan, which started with a curious move order. Raunak started off with d4, AD played a6, and now after knight f3, c5, Raunak transposed it into 1e4. And we have the Sicilian defense on the board already. C into d4, knight into d4, a6, and it's a Sicilian Palsen. Here, white can start off with bishop d3, which is what Raunak did. And other options are knight c3 and c4. So bishop d3 on the board. Meanwhile, the game between Abhijit Gupta and Arjun Erigaisi has started off in a very, very fighting opening, the King's Indian defense. Arjun once again starting off right where he left yesterday and the first 2 days. He has more than 16 minutes. Abhijit Gupta has always played the Samish opening from his childhood. He always has loved the structure with f3. And he plays the Samish with d4, knight f6, c4, e6 in the Nimzo Indian as well with a similar structure. And in the King's Indian as well, Samish is kind of his go-to opening. So Arjun probably anticipating this. He has come in well prepared, all guns blazing. And the position we have after 13 moves, with h5 right now, black threatens to play h4 and h3 and drive away this knight. Usually white has 2 ways to respond. The white knight can go knight h1, knight f2 and play more slowly, or what Abhijit has done in this game, he's gone e5. The point being that if black takes d into e5, what does white do, chat? This is a very instructive strategic operation. White goes e5, black takes d into e5. And obviously the intention is not to capture back f into e5. This is not what white was intending when he played e5. It's all about taking the squares away from the black pieces. It's all about taking the e5 square away from the black pieces. So the point of e5, d into e5. And now it's important to keep this pawn stable on e5. You don't want the black pawn to move away from e5. So you go f5, you prevent the black knight or the bishop from coming on to e5, and white also takes over the e4 square. So this is the point, and this is exactly why black plays f5. Meanwhile, a quick update, my co-commentator and our all of our favorite national master Sahil Tickoo will be joining the commentary in a short while. He's of course not gone anywhere. He's just fixing a minor technical glitch, so he'll be here any moment. So stay tuned. f5, e into f6, and I expect black will take back with the e knight, knight e into f6, and black has to be very careful with his king side, how he has moved his pawns, the pawns on g6, the pawns on h5. These can come under fire at any point. White has options like f5, knight e4. Yes, respectable national master, but I think national master is something that automatically comes with the respect, you know, so I didn't feel the necessity to add that. But yeah, it can get very dangerous for Arjun here. It is a highly provocative opening. E to f6 is probably not what the computer ordered. And he goes knight d into f6. The advantage being that this bishop on c8, it covers the f5 point, which is an important attacking option for white. So having this bishop on c8 controlling the f5 point, an important defensive resource as well. If white goes f5, black has this option of h4, and therefore f5 is not really an option. Now if you see, until this point with f5, Arjun was playing his moves instantly, and after he took e into f6, he started thinking a bit. Now what do you think? If your opponent starts thinking, is it a good sign? You know, they play the first 14 moves instantly, and the 15th move they spend a minute or so. Is this a good sign or is this a negative sign? In general, you start feeling a bit creeped out when your opponent thinks, because you know that you have not made the best move of Stockfish. Your opponent is prepared against the best computer moves and all the good moves in the position. Yes, it's good because they're out of prep, but it's bad because you know that you have not made the best move. And e into f6 in this position was probably not the best move by Abhijit Gupta. And you'll also see that it correlates with the computer evaluation. It starts going down a bit. So e into f6, knight d into f6, and now after knight e4, knight into e4, knight into e4, this bishop has opened up. The d4 square is available for the bishop. The other bishop can come to f5, and also this knight can come on to g7 and f5. So it feels like things have gone quite well for Arjun. He has a fantastic position out of the opening, and he also has a bit more time. So it's quite positive. And these games, it not only counts for the championship, it not only counts for the points, but also for the Champion Chess Tour rating system, which is they have a rating system of their own, and all the games count. Every move matters, every game matters, and every tournament in this tour matters for all the players here. So high stakes here. In the other game between Aryan against Ganguly, this started off with the London system. Aryan has been playing London system quite a lot in this tournament, and also in the lead up to these tournaments. In the online events that Aryan has played during the lockdown, he has preferred the London system, which is actually quite a good go-to opening. I'm sorry that Sahil is not here to hear me praising these words about the London system. You can always send a clip to him later. He started off with the London system, e3, knight c6, knight b d2, a very important position in the London system in modern theory. White can go bishop to g4, white can go queen to b6, bishop f5, e6. A lot of moves exist here for black. This is one of the most important intersections, cross sections in the theory of this opening. And it's quite curious that Aryan has played this, because Surya released a chessable repertoire for against 1d4, a lifetime repertoire against all the different systems against 1d4 just quite recently. And in his repertoire, London system is also one of the openings which is extensively covered. And queen b6 is the variation which has been recommended by Surya. This goes into this very complex variation with d into c5, queen into b2, rook b1, queen c3. You have taken, white has taken one pawn, black has taken one pawn, and now white goes after black center with bishop b5. Here white can either play e6 or white can play g6. Exactly, Anisha. This is very, he would know his stuff. So this is a very curious choice by Aryan, because he would also know that Surya knows the stuff. So he knows that Surya knows that Aryan knows. And the question here is whether Surya would be able to remember what he has recommended in his course, whether he will be able to remember what his analysis is. And after bishop b5, g6, here e4 is a very, very tricky move. The point being that you're getting this bishop to e5, and at this point, it looks like black has just won a pawn. You know, he played e4, black took d into e4. So what's the point? Why did white give up this pawn? The point being that here white just ignores the attack on the knight on f3 and just goes short castle. And in this position, although white is losing a piece, you see all of white's pieces are out there. Every piece is out there developed, every single piece. Whereas black, quite lagging behind in development, needs at least 3 or 4 moves to get developed. It's not easy to trap the queen here, but that's not the point. The point is to achieve rapid development and go after the black king. This is the most primitive strategy in chess. This was like the best strategy when chess started out, you know, in back in the 18th century, the 19th century. It was like a formula: quick control the center, quick development, go after opponent's king, and that was pretty much it. And a lot of games ended in a checkmate in like 20 moves, 30 moves that way. What was effective in the 19th century is also effective sometimes in the 21st century, because sometimes the truth just doesn't change. So e into f3, bishop into c6 check, b into c6, queen into f3. Now there are some concrete threats. The point of inserting bishop into c6 check is to get this queen into c6 check with tempo. And right now it's already a very dangerous attack against the black's king. This bishop is threatening to take on f6. The queen is threatening to take on c6. So the only way out is to play knight d5, bishop into h8, give up that rook, and take this knight. So black has two minor pieces against the white rook. But it's not over yet. The attack is not totally over. After c4, the knight is attacked. The knight is kind of blocking the white queen's vision on the c6 pawn. So the knight has to, if the knight moves, it's game over for black. So black had to go f6, give up that knight, and be satisfied with trapping this bishop. f6, rook f d1, queen c3. White takes this piece, but black has traded the queen. And the queen is the most dangerous attacking piece in general. So black is relieved to trade the queen. Queen into f3, attack parried, g into f3. And now after bishop f5, black will slowly take out this bishop. This bishop is not going anywhere. Something like the king moving to f7, bishop to h6, and rook into h8 incoming. So it looks like at the end of the opening, it looks like Surya has got the better out of Aryan. It looks like Surya has prepared a bit deeper, or at least remembers the stuff a bit deeper. And once again, a very curious choice by Aryan going into this variation. But that's also an important aspect about understanding top level chess. It's not just about getting advantage out of the opening. It's not just about knowing more than your opponent. Sometimes it's also testing the memory of your opponent, because a lot of opening preparation that the grandmasters do requires a lot of highly precise moves made by stockfish, which cannot be figured out by humans over the board, even in classical chess with all that amount of time. So the only way is to remember them. And you don't always remember them. For example, if you haven't looked at it for a month, it's already a bit hazy in your memory. You have to do space repetition. You have to constantly repeat things for it to be remembered and for it to enter your long-term memory. But since there is just so much information out there, and since grandmasters, the top players play so many different systems, no one remembers everything all the time. It's just not possible. And also the information is dynamic. It's constantly changing. Stockfish 13 gives some recommendations. Stockfish 14 comes in and changes something. Leela suggests something new, which you have to know. There's just an insane amount of information out there, and no one can possibly remember everything, which is what leads to a lot of decisive results. If you can get your opponent in one of those situations where they can either not find the best continuation, like the solution to it is too complex, or if it's impossible to remember and they end up forgetting something. If they do remember everything, you can always bail out with a draw with the white pieces. So that's the advantage you have with the white pieces. So this is the Surya game so far. Surya having a bit of an edge. Rook b7, long castle. This is an important move, also given in Surya's course, and Surya is now quickly recollecting everything. If you're impressed by this piece of preparation, then do check out Surya's course on Semi-Tarash. The London system is covered in part 1, but overall it's an amazing course, shortlisted for course of the year 2021. The other leader, one of the leaders, Abhimanyu Puranik, with the black pieces, he seems to have a pretty standard position out of the opening. And there are some imbalances. Black, the material is equal, but it looks like this pawn is under some danger, the c3 pawn. And white threatens to play e4 and take the c3 pawn out. But on the other hand, black does have some tactical resources which will potentially help him save this pawn. I'm not exactly sure what comes, because if you start with bishop f5, then white has e4. Bishop into e4 doesn't work. Queen into e4. Black does win this piece with queen into e4, but white has queen into d5 and emerges a piece up. So this is the problem that Abhimanyu is trying to solve at the moment. He's trying to figure out a way where he can keep his pawn on c3 intact, or he can create a counter threat after which he can get something in return for the c3 pawn, some kind of an attack. For instance, let's say bishop g4, exerting pressure against the d4 point. But it's not totally straightforward. So white has some pressure here. Now Abhimanyu's openings has never been his biggest strength, but his USP, his unique selling point, is his ability to plunge the game into complexities. And out there, I think he's amazing. He's just incredibly talented in complex positions, and he just senses certain things better. And sometimes he comes up with some amazing, brilliant moves, which just completely escape my attention, or an average player's attention. And this is his USP: plunging the game into the complexities, finding a way to do it. And out there, I kind of recall Tal's quote about taking the game into a position where 2 + 2 is equal to 5. I think Abhimanyu is very good at those kind of things, the 2 + 2 is equal to 5 kind of calculations, which is an amazing skill. And the other, meanwhile, there's something incredible happening in the SL Narayanan Sethuraman game. This was the position. The d4 point is being heavily shelled. White protects it with bishop e3. The point being that if black takes bishop into d4, queen into d4, then white has bishop b5 check, and black loses the queen. So at the moment, the d4 point is it's invulnerable. So Setu went knight d5 here, and here SL unleashed something which probably came out of the blue for Setu, something that really knocked Setu out completely. Knight into e6, a spectacular move. Not too difficult to see at this level, but probably what Setu missed, if bishop into e3, and if white goes knight into g7 check here, then black can just go king f8, and he will emerge a piece up at the end of this mess. But maybe what he missed was that white can simply go knight c5 here, attacking both the queen and the bishop. The next move, he can take this bishop and then take f into e3. So white has at least this option against bishop into e3, if not more. Of course, white can also look for something more ambitious, but he has this fixed deposit. And beyond this, even at this point, he need not take f into e3. Something like bishop e4 is very strong and very powerful, followed by c4. At the end of this, white will have this bishop on d5, and it looks like black is just lost. Black is completely busted. So the misery keeps piling on for Setu, who hasn't quite got going in this tournament. He had a slow start. He managed to gain some momentum back with a win against Enian in the 6th round, but a very expensive 8th round miss against Lalit, where he was this close to closing out the game. And quite unexpectedly, the tables turned because he just missed one move, one resource of his opponent, and in one moment, the whole game changed. And it seems to be having a cascading effect, domino effect. He lost that one game, and he has a terrible position in this game as well. So so far he's had 4 losses and 1 win. SL, on the other hand, has had a very steady tournament, 2 wins, 1 loss, 5 draws. But he would have really wanted to get some more wins going, get some momentum going. And this game can be the starting point of that streak of wins, something that he must have been eagerly waiting for. The game of the other leader, Leon Mendonca. The position has it looks a bit worse for black, to be honest. It's a typical knight off position, the Sicilian knight off. in which Anish has done a course. I'm not sure if Anish's course is more popular or the night of opening, but they have complemented each other excellently. So the night of opening, and here white went for bishop d3, which is not one of the more standard moves. And to give a brief history of the night of, it's a legendary opening adopted by some of the best world champions ever in the history of chess: Fischer, Garry Kasparov, and many other strong players and other world champion as well. It's a legendary opening which has stood the test of time. But the problem in recent times has been that it has been so extensively well analyzed, so extensively well explored, that if you want to play the night of opening, you'd have to spend a lot of hours just studying it in order to make sure that you don't lose out of the opening. And the second problem, it just gives white an incredible amount of options. Yes, this is also what MPL plays. And if you see the night of opening, people who are regular exponents of the night of, they tend to play only the night of, a lot of them. Like when Garry Kasparov in the late 90s, he stayed as the world champion, the number one. He played pretty much only one opening, the night of. And one of the reasons is because you have to know a lot of theory within the night of itself. So it becomes a kind of a specialization thing, you know. It doesn't allow you the room to explore a lot of other openings because you have to know so much within the night of territory itself. And back in the times when I started to play this, sometime around 2004, 2005, it was a lot simpler. There was bishop g5, there was bishop g5, bishop e3, two of the main moves. And then apart from that, bishop e2, the classical system, bishop c4, and that was pretty much it. And then there were some side moves like f4 and some smaller moves. And then h3 came in. It became one of the most popular main moves. Then all kinds of different options started emerging for white. Rook g1, a3, bishop d3, which was played by Karthikeyan. There are some 15 moves right here in this position that white can play, and black has to be ready and prepared against all of that if black wants to play the night of opening. So this is the reason why it became practically, I would say, you know, a bit something that moved me away from the night off, because it gives white too many chances and it allows white to dictate those chances. And in my games, in my life, I want to be the one who sets directions. So a6, bishop d3 is one of those moves. e5, a classic night off move, but it does weaken the f5 and d5 squares instantly. So black needs to usually have something good as compensation strategically. Knight e2, going back one step, but going forward in the future. Eyeing the f5 square, the one knight eyes the f5 square, the other knight eyes the d5 square. So knight d2, bishop e7, short castle, and now h3. Just making sure that there's nothing on the g4 square, and sometimes it prepares something like f4, and if you go f4 directly, sometimes black has something related to queen b6 check and knight g4. So you start with h3, you take g4 under control, and then you go knight g3 and knight f5, one knight to f5, and this knight cannot go to d5 because then it would be occupied by a pawn, and when it's occupied by a pawn, you don't really control that point. You control the pawns in front of it diagonally, but you don't control that exact point. So you prefer to have a piece if you want to control that particular strategic point. So white decides to go knight e2 to fortify the control of the f5 square, and here we are after 14 moves. White is a bit better. Leon under a bit of pressure. He has only 3 minutes, but he has been like one of those clever. I remember reading once about a reptile which, you know, would just stay. It would just coil itself around. Then its predators would come in, you know, thinking that it's an easy prey. It would just coil itself. It would just stay. The predator keeps coming in, thinking, oh, okay, I got an easy prey, and then it when it comes so close that it cannot go back anymore, then the reptile just uncoils itself and eats up the predator, becoming the predator itself. So Leon's time pressure is one such thing. People think he has only 30 seconds. People think they can exploit it. But so far in this tournament, he's been the one who has played the stronger chess, even when he has had less time. And this has been a very dangerous pit for his opponents so far. In some games, he managed to outplay his opponents from equal positions when he was having less time. In some games, he was better throughout and he outplayed them from the scratch. So let's get back to this when Leon gets back to his comfort zone, the last 30 seconds. The game between Aryan and Ganguly has ended in a draw. So that's our first result of the round so far. And the one game which we hadn't, one of the games which I haven't covered so far, the game between Raunak and Adiban. Raunak has set the tournament on fire so far, 7 decisive games out of 8. In the fighting chess index, he would be at the very top. And somehow he's gotten crazy positions in all his games so far. Adiban has had a bit of hot and cold tournament so far. His problem, I would say, if I had to pinpoint his problem in this tournament, it has been a markedly decrease in the quality of play when he got into the time scramble point. Somehow when he's gotten into situations with less time, which he has had to get into to keep up the quality of his moves in the earlier part of the game, when he got into that zone with less than 1 minute each, it felt like there was a huge dip in the quality of his moves. And a couple of his games, like for instance, his game against Gukesh, it got decided in that very moment when in those seconds, Gukesh made better decisions, quite simply. And AD, despite having more time than Gukesh, he kind of kept playing fast and seemed to not sense the critical moment where he had to think and play the best move. So this has been the problem for Adiban so far. And this is a problem which kind of gets compounded when you play against these top juniors, the under 18, the under 20, the under 16 guys, these 2600s. They are incredibly good with the last 1 minute time scrambles. They are so well trained, so well practiced. This is what they have been doing for almost 50% of their life. They started playing chess and they immediately got online. They were so. This is a challenge that AD has to overcome if he has to score against Raunak in this game so far. In this game today. And the main strategic aspect here for the main strategic triumph for AD here is this bad light square bishop for white. All the pawns surrounding it fixed in the light squares. But with this move bishop into d5, this bishop can get some potential breathing space on this diagonal. So I'm really not sure about this bishop into d5 move, which AD played after spending a lot of time. Bishop into d5, e into d5 is what I expect, and which is on the board now. And once he gets this, he'll get bishop to g1, bishop into d4. This bishop will sit on this diagonal, and the light squares are just, it's completely undefended, and it cannot be defended as well because black does not have a light square bishop. So you cannot put any of the other pieces in the way except pawns. But all of these pawns have been fixed in the dark squares as well. And they are fixed, so they cannot go back. So this is the problem that AD is going to face in this game. White will recover the pawn, bishop g1, bishop into d4. And if he manages that, he will be up a pawn. And on the other diagonal, this bishop is going to cause havoc. So I think Raunak a firm favorite to win this game. AD will potentially put his knight on f5 to get the knight to e3 square. But here white can even trade this and go bishop g1 and just sit happily with an extra pawn. So I think Raunak a big favorite in this game. And I don't think it's going to be easy for I don't think it's going to be easy for AD to salvage this one. Meanwhile, we have a second result in this round. Gukesh has scored a win against Harika. The A8 knight, picturizing black's position. It's totally out of the game. White is a pawn up, and all of the pieces are under pressure. Gukesh is back into contention with that, and meanwhile, the Abhijit Gupta Erigaisi game is heating up. Abhijit Gupta chose to sacrifice an exchange at this point with Rook A3, prioritizing piece activity over material. He gave up the exchange. He allowed Black to play knight f2 check. And once this got executed, he also allowed himself a very nice pawn on the e6 point, the light squares. The pawn on e6, bishop to c4, bishop to d5, queen c2. All these threats coming in. The perpetual theme here is the weakness of Black's king. The Black king on g8 will never feel safe with these pawns on g6 and h5. So d into e6, queen f6, rook f3, bishop d4, and now protecting this f5 pawn at all costs, and also trying to open up lines against the Black king with f5. Arjun would of course not touch this pawn. His play is in the dark squares. If you see, he controls the dark squares more. At this moment, although he has one more rook than white, the rooks need open lines to play. And right now, Black does not have access to those open lines. So this exchange sacrifice is quite effective because of this reason, because bishops control diagonals, rooks control lines. And at this point, it looks like there are more open diagonals than lines. So short term, white has excellent compensation, but the bishop on c1 not quite active. So Black has play on the dark squares, and this is what Arjun goes after: bishop e5, bishop d3, queen h4, and now g3, queen d4. This is the way to play here, placing your pieces on the dark squares. F into g6 is not something to worry about. First of all, there is a tactical idea with queen d5 pinning the rook, but even otherwise, Black would be happier to have the g file closed rather than open. So it's better to have one of your opponent's pawn covering your king, a recurring theme which we have seen quite often in this tournament so far, in quite a few games. And the one game which we haven't covered so far, the game between Inian and Sankalp, a game between two of the tail enders, so to speak. Sankalp has had a horrid tournament so far, 4 draws and 4 losses, but none of them from lack of trying. And Inian has had only a slightly better tournament, 3 draws and 1 win, but 4 losses. So both of these teenagers, both of these young, promising juniors, trying to get some points out from this tournament. But at this moment, it looks like it's going to be Sankalp who's going to get the points from this game. He has 3 pawns more: the b4 pawn, the e6 pawn, and the g6 pawn. One of the pawns is doubled, and he has to be careful with threats on the long diagonal. This bishop on b2 can be very effective. White pieces can still try and create threats, but it's a completely winning position for Black. Not to be taken for granted, not all winning positions are won, but Sankalp is winning this one. Back to the Abhijit Gupta game, things have moved forward here. Abhijit has only 1.5 minutes. E7 played, and now rook into f5. A very nice tactical shot by Arjun. Rook into f5. He has the last rank covered. So this e pawn is not going any further. This rook on b8 will see to that. And on the other hand, the pieces of white keeps dwindling for the moment. And I guess he'll go rook into f5, g into f5, queen f3. But it should be easier for Black to parry white's attack because white has limited pieces. And this is also not the position that you want to play with just 1 minute remaining. Queen b3 check, c4, very nice move. White wanted to give a check and take bishop into f5. Black, of course, doesn't allow it. He goes c4, he distracts this bishop, and now he's just going to move his king. And it can reach a point where what Black has done is he has created more lines and less of diagonals, so to speak. So this rook can come onto the c file. the queen will start coming onto the last rank if white doesn't defend it. And there are also these diagonals open. When Arjun played queen h4 and provoked h3, this diagonal became open. White kind of had to play g3. Sorry, it was g3, yeah. And this diagonal became open. And after queen d4, e7, rook into f5, at this point, we see that there are potential threats on this diagonal. Queen e4 check, bishop d4, and these kind of threats. So things are getting very tense for Abhijit, as you can see from his body language as well. When he starts stroking his beard, it's usually not a good sign. It happened with Dumbledore, it happened with Gandalf, and it signifies that things are not going great. 15 seconds remaining for Abhijit. He's down to 10 seconds now. This is just totally not a good sign, except if you're Leon in this tournament. He goes for bishop e6. He just finds some move with just 5 seconds remaining. I'm guessing Arjun is going to take this one. Rook f6 is one move that comes to mind. Arjun will calmly sit around and make a move which is not comfortable for his opponent. The problem with rook into f3, queen into f3, you have all these threats and this bishop covers this escape point. So black would prefer not to allow this. He would prefer to go something like rook f6, rook into f6, bishop into f6, and try and get the e7 pawn first. If this e7 pawn is out, it's basically game over for white. So I guess rook f6 is pretty much the only move here, but it's a strong enough move. Arjun goes for rook into f3, queen into f3, bishop f6. Also with the same idea. He takes the e7 pawn. He'll go rook e8 and rook into e7, and this bishop on f6 will protect any invasion on the f file. Meanwhile, we had a couple of results in the other games. SL Narayanan managed to defeat Srinath. This was the game where he allowed this knight into e6 to happen, and after that, it went downhill for Srinath. The other game, Raunak against Adiban, also ended in a win for Raunak, as we anticipated, kind of going similar to how we forecasted it. Bishop into f5, queen into f5, bishop into d4. He just won this pawn. Adiban just did not get enough compensation and ended up losing. And in an important game for the leaderboard between Karthikeyan Murli against Leon Mendonca, Karthikeyan managed to win this game. This time, Leon just ended up losing a piece. He was under too much pressure and things turned around at this point. When he took knight into e4, this was just not going to work. He went g5, trying to attack all of white's pieces, but Karthikeyan just took knight into d6 and ended up a piece up, and black just never managed to find a way to get it back. So he resigned at this point after bishop into e5, knight c5 attacking the bishop on e6, rook d8, bishop into e5, and it was game over for Leon. And Arjun has also won his game against Abhijit Gupta. He won the e7 pawn. He just played bishop f6 and queen e5, and e8 queen, I guess, was a bit of a panic move by Abhijit. Rook into e8, and it was game over. Queen into b7 check, met by rook e7, and there is no further way to create any threats. Getting back to the leader, the joint leader, but leader at the moment because Leon lost his game, and it looks like Abhimanyu is set to continue his streak of 5 wins in a row. Chat, what do you think? Is Abhimanyu going to go 6 in a row? Is he going to go 6 in a row? Is he going to win 6 games in a row? That would be amazing. That would be phenomenal. A win with the black pieces against Lalit Babu, who has been quite solid so far, a very experienced opponent, and someone who hasn't been in trouble in a lot of his games. But right now he's just a pawn down. It's an opposite color bishop endgame, but there are 2 rooks on the board. An opposite color bishop endgame without any of the heavy pieces has a high propensity to end in a draw, because bishops are both the bishops are playing to their strength, so there is no clash point, there is no shared battlefield. But with the bishops on opposite color combined with the heavy pieces, now there are a lot of additional attacking potential for both the sides. So there is a lot of fireworks are expected in those kinds of positions. It's bound to happen. It's like, you have a very, very powerful weapon and the other person also has a very powerful weapon, and there's bound to be a clash at some point. That is the opposite color bishop with heavy pieces. Whereas without the heavy pieces, it's like both of them are walking in completely different tracks. So in this position, Black's strategy is quite simple. All of his pawns are protected. The f7 pawn, the g6 pawn, well protected. It's not going to be easy for White to attack this. It's going to take a lot of time, and in that time cost, Black will be able to take out everything else. Whereas for White, the problem is the h4 pawn. This h4 pawn, stationed at a dark square at the moment, very easily outnumbered by Black. White cannot defend with his bishop. He cannot defend with his king. He can defend with his rook e4, but then Black will play something like rook f5, king h5, bishop f2 or bishop d8, and take this pawn sooner or later. And it's also an option to capture this and play king h5. And this position is also not a draw for sure, because after taking king into h4, Black will get these pawns all the way to f3, and as long as his a7 pawn is alive, Black has winning chances. So for this reason, White doesn't go rook e4. He prefers to not go into this endgame and gives up this pawn. But it's not going to make things any easier for White. Potentially, you just need to be careful as Black not to blunder this pawn. Like for instance, king g5, bishop e8, f4 check, king h3, and now rook into g6 check. So you just have to be careful not to do this. And Black is on the way to win. So I would probably have my rook on g4 here and have the g6 pawn protected. He goes rook d2. He wants to have this rook option of going to d6, bishop c7, maybe not move this bishop away from the a7 pawn, but yeah, rook d2. And he just needs to find a way to advance the pawns now. I think he can already start going rook d3 check, push the king a bit away, and go back rook d6 and start advancing the pawns. So it looks like Abhimanyu is set to get a 6th win in a row. We'll just be back for this game and have a quick look at the other live game going on between Sankalp Gupta against Inian, where it looked like Black had a massive advantage, but it changed at some time here. This was the position. Sankalp played rook a6, queen d3, and now things got very tricky for him, and I think he missed the fact that White can simply take rook into b4 here. And this could be a very expensive miss for Sankalp, because you need pawns on the other side. You need these passed pawns to increase your winning chances. And you have 2 extra pawns here, but they're on the same side. So this makes the conversion task a lot harder, but it's still very promising chances for Black, mainly because of how less time both the players have. So it's going to become progressively harder for White to defend, and White has no counter play at all. So an interesting point to note is that everyone blunders. It happens in every game. Not every game, but it can happen to anyone. The important thing is once you make a blunder or once something goes in an unexpected way, how quickly you can recover makes a lot of difference. And the people who generally do better, they have a very fast recovery rate. So they make a blunder, but they don't allow it to have the domino effect. They recover back very quickly. So let's see if Sankalp can do that in this game. Rook f2 check, king e1, and Abhimanyu meanwhile has managed to advance his pawns. The f1 g pawn. They will get to f4 and g3. The challenge will be to get it to g2 and g1 because they are light squares. And for the moment, the white pieces are watching and protecting it. So this is the final challenge that Abhimanyu has to overcome. But it's not such a difficult challenge. For starters, this king can go and create threats against the b5 pawn. But apart from that, there are many ways for black to convert this. One way is to keep alienating this king more and more, and then you start bringing your own king and creating threats. So you have this pawns on f4 and g3. He has played bishop a5 check, king d1. Now I would expect him to start bringing his king towards the white king. Abhimanyu also likes these moves, which creates direct threats against the opposition. So king to c5, rook g5 check, king potentially to d4, I guess. He goes b4 because there are no more checks. Bishop c6, and at some point he's going to bring his king out here and create threats on the second front, mating threats against white's king. I guess king b3, king b3, king b2 with rook d2 check, bishop d6 with the idea of king c3 covering the c5 square, king e1. I guess the king goes to d3 here, king c4, king c3, king goes towards d3, and then finally there will be the threat of bishop a5 check or rook d7 check, bishop d4. And at this point, white can either prevent black from going g2 or defend against bishop c3, but he cannot do both with the amount of pieces that he has. And this will be the point where he would probably have to throw in his towel. So king c3, rook g7, and just moving the rook away for the moment. But I think he will probably need to bring it back. Not exactly sure how Abhimanyu wants to convert this. Yeah, he comes back, and something like king c2, king d3, bishop d4. Yeah, all with the same idea, creating a mating net. He has to find the precise way to do it now. But I think king d3, rook d8, he was potentially bothered by the fact that after g2, white has this very beautiful saving resource with rook d4 check. And this would spoil everything for black. So he was potentially bothered by this, which is why he played the rook to a2. But king d3, rook d8, and he has probably found something. Black threatens bishop c3 check and rook f1 mate now. After rook d8, he potentially he could go maybe rook b2 here or rook a2, or probably just move the pawn to f3 and it's game over. Rook d8, f3, and it's game over. So Abhimanyu has closed out this game, and that would be sixth win in a row. And it's not just against any opposition that he's doing this, guys. He defeated Aryan Chopra, he defeated Gukesh and Ronak, two of the most promising juniors in India. Rook g6, bishop c3 check happened in the game, and it's game over. He defeated Gukesh and Ronak, Abhijit Gupta, Inian, and now Lalit Babu. Today is a game where he has 3 blacks out of 4. He has to play against Sethuraman with the black pieces, Sankal Gupta with the white pieces, and then the game against Arjun with the black pieces. That will be the last round today for Abhimanyu, and that game can be very influential on how the leaderboard goes. So this is Abhimanyu's tournament so far, and there's one more live game going on between Inian and Sankalp, where Sankalp still has to show some technique. Now, if this pawn was not on g5, but was, for example, on f5, it would be an elementary win for black. But with the double pawns, now this is the reason why the double pawns have such a notorious reputation, because when you get into the endgame, it becomes quite difficult to create a passed pawn. Now, in these types of situations, a practical tip, if you're playing with increment, just play some random moves. Rook c6, rook d6, rook e6, rook f6. Just play them quickly. Gain an extra minute on your clock and then think, and just be sure to avoid repetition. Yeah, be sure to avoid the reputation of someone who draws from any position by avoiding repetition, and then start thinking. And that's one professional tip. So here the challenge for Black is to try and create a passed pawn. He needs to have 2 sets of passed pawn. There's one passed pawn already on the H file, and it's not quite straightforward how he creates the second passed pawn, because if you go for this position with H5, H4, G4, G3, then white can take F into G3, H into G3, and you're not really creating a passed pawn. So it's not totally straightforward how Black achieves this. It has to be, again combine. If I had to visualize, I guess the rook has to come to F3. So let's make some moves to illustrate it. Let's say I go with the king to F5, some random move with white, some random moves, rook D3 check. And here you want to have this, first you want to have this pawn on G4, which Sankalp has just done. And you want this rook on F3, and then you get this pawn to H3. This is the way, which is what Sankalp is going towards. Now he's making these moves quickly, gaining time, a very important strategy or tactic when you're playing chess with increment. King G8, probably rook F7, King G7, rook F3 check. And once you get this rook to F3, then pawn to H4. This is exactly what you want to do. You want to make this rook passive in defense of this F2 point. You go king H6, rook F3 check, H4, king H5, H3 check, and then finally you'll get this G3 check and the position with 2 connected pawns. The king is protected from all the checks, rook B5, rook F5, and this is what happened. Rook B5, rook F5, rook B6, you go rook F3 check, king G2, and now H4, H3, king to H4. This is the winning plan for Black. And it looks like Sankalp is doing it. And that would be his first win of the tournament if he manages to achieve this. And a massive relief for Sankalp, who seemed pretty desolate yesterday after his game. He even tweeted out saying how he fails and tries again and fails. And there was a typo with that tweet too. And he was like, oh, I failed at tweeting as well. But some hope. I mean, he kept his hope. He kept his determination. He kept his effort. And hope is a good thing. And he's back out there with his win, which can potentially get him into a flow. Not a great tournament for Indian on the other hand, and both of these amazing grandmasters are 18 years old, pretty young, and they were part of the junior team. Indian is actually 19 years old. Sankalp also about 18 or 19, very close, very similar age. They were part of this team in the junior team, which played in Turkey in 2018, where Arjun had an amazing tournament. We won the silver medal, and I was the coach of that team. And both of them very determined, very hardworking, and amazing at trying things. Amazing persistence, really resilience. You just cannot get the point from them that easily. Black still has some task left here. He has to go H3 check, king H4. The rook has to come to F3, and then finally a G3 check. He has to find this with 1.5 minutes, and once he does that, it's game over for white. Divya was the other player in the tournament in Turkey, and got India the silver medal. Literally, she won that game, which led to India winning silver in the last round. The decisive game, the game changer. Rook c5 check g5. Yeah, so now h3 check, king h4 g3, and it's game over. The rook has to be on f3 so as to tie this rook down to the defense of the f2 pawn. So rook to f3, pawn to h3. This is a good strategy to gain time. Sankalp gaining more than 2 minutes with this. You have to be careful to avoid a repetition though. And with the problem for black, if he goes g3, then white has f3. So he has to start with h3 check and then get this g3. But you have to be careful, because if you do this directly, then white has counterplay and counter threats like rook a8. So first bring the rook to f3, and then you give a h3 check. The king, if it goes to g1, then you get g3 right away. So h2 is the only other square which prevents this. And now you go king h4, and now if the rook goes away from the second rank, rook into f2 check just wins. If the rook stays on the second rank defending this pawn, then black even has this pretty win, rook into f2, g3 check. Apart from the slower g3 check, which also wins here. So this is the construction that Sankalp has to find within 2 minutes. And so far it looks like he hasn't quite found this yet. And I can imagine that it's not entirely easy. He hasn't yet won a game, so he doesn't have that flow going. And there will be a little bit of nervousness in something going wrong here. So not totally trivial. Sahil has a bit of a technical glitch, so he's expected any moment, but he might be a bit late to join today. We do really need Sahil here though, because apart from the fact that he's amazing, we do have a real shortage of national masters across the world. So, oh, he's done it. He's gone for it. He managed to find this. He went rook f3, and Indian played king g1 himself, saying rook into f2 check coming next move. And he's got into this position where he still has a bit of to complete. He needs to play rook b3, king h4, g4, and then rook b2 check. So still some technical task remaining to complete. He's done that. He has managed to play rook g2 check. This is a pretty instructive moment, by the way. Rook g2 check, rook g2, h g2 check. King, if white takes king into g2, black has king g4, gaining the opposition and winning the game. And therefore, white will never take the pawn. He keeps moving around the king. But what does black do here? He gives up the pawn anyway. He kind of forcibly puts it. And now is also a tricky moment, because you go king f2, king h2, g4, king h1. Now this typical winning method with g3 would lead to a stalemate. So you need to play the king to h3 always in this position, so that you avoid the danger of stalemate and you win this. So Sankalp has to play g4 here, king g1, king h3. Trivial, but he's still checking, he's still calculating, and that's not him composing music. That was just counting and calculating. And he saw that, and he's managed to win his first game in this tournament. Well done, Sankalp. So Abhimanyu keeping his lead. Leon goes down a bit, but Arjun breathing down his neck. So that's the story of this round 9, and we'll be quickly back after a short break.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths, and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Welcome back, everyone. And before we go into a round, a quick reminder about the GIGL, the Great Indian Gaming League, brought to us by our title sponsor, MPL, in which you can win prizes up to a total value of 2,000 crores. To participate in the GIGL, download the MPL app now from the link from the description. The round 10 has begun and quite a lot of interesting and exciting games to look forward to. We have the Ganguly Gukesh game where Surya has started out with this typical line which we were discussing yesterday, the knight f3, e3, c4 and 9c3 construction, which has become like the London system these days. The London system back in the times was known for its unique element where you can just play d4, bishop f4, e3, h3, and you have this nice and cohesive setup. And this is also the unique selling point of knight f3, e3, c4, knight c3. But as with London system, this opening is also quickly catching up with the modern theory. So we have 6 games which has begun out of 8. The games of Inian and Sankal Gupta will be delayed a bit, because they played that intense game, which gave both the commentators and the spectators no rest at all. But so they will be starting a bit delayed. Arjun against Inian with the white pieces, and Sankalp has the white pieces against Lalit. And this will have an important effect on the standings, because at the end of round 9, it's basically Abhimanyu who's leading, who seems to be running away with the tournament. But he's going to have to keep running because Arjun is right there breathing down his neck. Arjun has just 1 point less than Abhimanyu, and they are going to play each other in round 12, the last round of today, the day 3. And that's one clash that we really look forward to today. But meanwhile, the game between Ganguly and Gukesh, it started with this opening, the Reti system, c4, knight c3, b6 is one of the moves, c6 is one of the moves here, which we saw in one of Surya's games yesterday against one of the games he lost with the game between Ganguly and Leon, one of the games he won, where he defeated Leon and joined him in the lead. And b6 is one of the other moves, a very solid move. b3, bishop b7, bishop b2, knight d7, rook c1. The point of white's play, now there are ideas with cd, ed, knight b5. So black prevents it with a6. The bishop gets developed to d6. And the way this used to go, if what I remember, white used to just play something like d4 and bishop d3. This was one of the setups. But then black started having ideas with queen e7 and long castle and playing against white's king. I think I'm mixing up something, but there was this very effective idea with queen e7, after which white started going knight e2 and g3. You go knight e2 first. White's strategy is to delay the advance of d4. You delay it, you keep things flexible, you delay it as much as you can. So you go g3. Let's say black goes bishop g7, bishop g2, short castle. And white will delay d3 or d4 until the last possible moment. White can go knight f4, for example. Rook to e1 is a popular move, which improves your position. And at a moment of white's choosing, white goes either d4 or d3. White's strategy or trump card in this position is the weakness against the c7 weakness. So white has this semi-open c file and a rook which eyes the c7 point. So rook c1, castle, queen c2, and pressure on c7. Usually black goes c5, and when black goes c5, then there will be pressure from the d4 pawn. Yeah, so he goes c5, exactly. And after bishop, at some point, Surya will play d4, and there will be intense pressure against the c5 pawn. So this is going to be Gukesh's challenge here. And this is what he's preparing against. You see, he goes c5 and b5. So when white goes d4, he has c4 ready. So this is a strategy, but this comes at a cost. It comes at the cost of neglecting black's development. So for example, there is still going to be pressure on these pawns, and white need not do it with d4 anymore. In fact, Surya is likely to not think about d4 for the moment, but some move like knight e5 can be very uncomfortable for black to face. There's pressure on c5, there's pressure on d5, there's potentially bishop at e5. He starts with castle, but Surya has to see this moment. He has to go and create pressure against black, because if he allows black to develop comfortably, it's going to be not easy for white to exert pressure later, because then d4 will be met by c4. So I'm not sure if short castle is an optimal move here. Allowing bishop d6 felt like Surya missed step there. The game between Arjun and Inian has begun, and I don't know how, but black has got this setup with b6 and bishop b7. Not your not the kind of setup I would advise you to try at home or school, because it comes at the cost of controlling the center, and white has built up a very impressive center after the opening. Pawns on e4 and d4 potentially going to e5, and in these types of structures, it's not easy for black to find a safe place for the king. If he goes short castle, then you have threats out here, starting with knight e4, and it's also not easy though to storm through, because black, for example, can choose to keep his king in the center, and you still have the center closed. So no easy way to access. So this is Arjun's game against Inian, which brings us to the game of the leader, the sole leader, Abhimanyu Puranik, who has won 6 games in a row. He's been on an invincible streak. And well, Abhimanyu always knows how to enter the most difficult formations historically. Let's see though, if with time, Abhimanyu has learned to complete the whole thing, not just enter and lead, but this time let's see if he manages to complete the whole thing. 6 more rounds remaining, 60% of the tournament is over, 9 rounds are over. Abhimanyu, again, for those who are just joining us, Abhimanyu leading, the sole leader, with 20 points, and Arjun breathing down his neck at 18 points, 2 points below. So healthy lead for Abhimanyu there, but one loss can topple him from there, because 1 win is equal to 3 points in this tournament format. So it's quite dynamic, the leaderboard. And we have such an interesting position out here from the Rai Lopez. This is the Rai Lopez or Spanish opening, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, and Setu goes 5 d3, a setup which leads to a nice strategic Rilopus for white, but also avoids variations like the open variation and limits black's options. So d3, bishop c5, c3, b5, going for the archangel setup. This bishop c5, b5, the typical archangel setup. Bishop d3, d6, and now bishop g5, a typical idea both in the Spanish and Italian, which begins after bishop c4. Both of them boring a lot because they have a similar structure. So bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3. h6, g5 is a very common way to react against bishop g5 in both these setups. And when I was learning chess, you'd be very discouraged to do something like this, because h6, g5, it weakens your king. But in more recent times, you're kind of taught to okay guys, I need to interrupt because I see something very unusual happening in one of the other games here. So let me just interrupt myself and bring in this game where I'll quickly show what happened here. White played bishop e3 here and black played bishop g5, and you can see from the live board what exactly happened. So white to play, and how do you win a piece here? This is a game between Sankalp Gupta against Lalit Babu. Sankalp won his first game of the tournament in the 9th round, and this is his 10th round game. So while you figure out, let me just give my throat, be a bit kind to my throat. This is white to play and win, and I guess all of you can figure this out. White to play and not checkmate, but white to play and win some substantial material. How did Sankalp achieve this? How did he get the extra piece on in the game today on the board? Black just played bishop g5, and this turned out to be a blender because white can just take bishop into g5, queen into g5, h4, exactly Siddhesh. Bishop into g5, queen into g5, h4, and the next move h5 comes in, and the bishop on g6 is trapped. So this is GG. It's game over for black. Still some technical task left for white, especially this bishop on g2, box behind the pawns. But Sankalp, with a win already in his bag, I think he has the momentum on his side, the flow on his side, and that's always helpful and useful. So I'm guessing it's going to be 2 in a row for Sankalp. Meanwhile, getting back to the Setu Puranik game. So yeah, we were at this point at bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5, which has become quite common in recent times in the Italian and the Spanish openings. You'd be discouraged back in the times, but Stockfish and other neural network engines have shown that it's quite acceptable for black to do this. White doesn't really get a raging attack. So this is what happened: bishop g3, bishop e6, a4, rook b8. All of these combination of Spanish archangel and the recent Italian openings. Short castle, queen e7, rook e1, and now h5. The point being that if knight into g5, then h4 wins this piece. So white had to play h4 and slam the brakes towards black's attack. h4, bishop g4, a into b5, a into b5, knight bd2, rook g8, and now d4, king f8, queen c2. This is the present position that we have right now. White has stalled black's attack on the king side. There's not going to be an easy attack for Abhimanyu here because g into h4, there's knight into h4. And although you do open the g line, there's no direct way to exploit it or, further the access to it. So this is a big advantage. Meanwhile, we do have the first result in this tournament. Sorry, in this round 10, we do have the first result. Lalit Babu has resigned against Sankalp. So that's 2 wins in a row for Sankalp and 2 losses in a row for Lalit. It's been the format is a bit of a snakes and ladders kind of format, you know. You can climb up the ladder pretty quickly because it's 3 points for 1 win, but you can also fall all the way down after a couple of bad games. Things can change very quickly in this format. So it's going to be exciting till all the way down. 6 more rounds remaining, 5 more rounds for Sankalp and Lalit to make the best out of this tournament. If you win the first place, you get into the next iteration of the CCT, the Champion Chess Tour in May. And if you get into the top 8, then you qualify yourself into the next tournament, next iteration of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. So you either want to finish first or you want to try and get into the top 8. These are the things at stake for the players here, just like the main Champion Chess Tour. G into H4 played by Abhimanyu, and I guess Setu will go, he'll take with the bishop. Because taking with the knight, it loses control of this d4 point, makes it easy for black to take on d4. So you take with the bishop, and if something like e into d4 comes, then white has options with either e5 or c into d4. So he takes with the bishop. And after e into d4, now we get into a very interesting and complex position. White can take c into d4, or white can start with e5 and do the same. So you start opening up lines against black. And the reason why we are very tempted with this move e5 is because the black king is in the center. Now, when you have an unprotected king like this, you can still get away with it if the center is closed. But the center is not closed here. It's not totally closed. And if white gets a chance to break it open with something like e5 and get his pieces in, then white will go for it. White will do it. So e5 is a very tempting move here. C into d4 is the other option, and something like knight into d4 is also possible. You kind of take the knight out from any vulnerable, any potential attacking options for black for the moment. And in a position like this, you can get this other knight to e4. So white wouldn't mind losing a pawn or two in order to gain access to the black king. The black king is white's target. White wants to checkmate the black's king quite simply. And the game gets quite primitive here. The goal of the game, goal of chess, is to checkmate the opponent. And here, there's a pretty direct path towards it. You open lines and you hit the black king. So this is the game. This is where the Setu game stands at the moment. The other game, the other leader, Leon against Aryan Chopra. Leon has been leading for most part of this tournament, but he had a few bad games, and he actually had only one bad game. He lost one game, and he's a bit below in the standings for the moment. He's at the 3rd place, which is actually quite good, but not as good compared to the 1st place that he was holding for most part of the tournament. And Aryan Chopra has had a bit of a mixed tournament. He won a couple of games. He's lost 3 games. And apart from that, he's had a few draws in between. But this position is quite solid for Leon. He has the better pawn structure. There's the isolated pawn on d5. So he'd be quite happy with the outcome of this opening. And he will look to press on with he will look to get convert his advantage, but it's also a very solid position for black. So it's a long way away, and it's going to take the percentage is something like 20-30%. The e5 move has happened in Setu Abhimanyu game. White did go e5, vacating freeing the e4 square for the knight. So knight e4 potentially incoming, and it looks good for Setu at the moment. The Adiban Abhijit Gupta game has quickly gone into the end game. It's a pawn up for Adiban. How did this happen? It got into a very, very, very strange opening, by the way. The bishop went to h3 here, h5, bishop h3, knight g4, opening up. I don't understand why this happened or how. Like, why would black just give up the pawn like this? What was Abhijit intending? It's not totally clear for me. It feels like he's missed. It feels like he just missed something here, and then he went queen d7 as a kind of bailout. It feels extremely odd though. Knight g4 here, for which Abhijit spent quite a bit of time too. He spent a whole minute, but probably it was a deep idea by AD. White threatens bishop g5 and knight d5, and it looks like it's not easy for black to make a move here, because you go something like queen e7, then white has bishop g5 and knight d5. The king cannot castle on this side, the king cannot go this side, and the other threat for white is to just go bishop g5 and f4 and take advantage of the spin. So this idea with bishop g4 and bishop h3, very deep idea by AD, enabling him to win this pawn, go into a better endgame. And at this point, AD is clearly in the lead. He has a better position, and it remains to be seen whether he is able to convert this, or if Abhijit can hold on to a draw. Neither players have had a great tournament so far. AD with 8 points, Abhijit with 7 points. Clearly not what they would have aimed for before the start of this tournament. Arjun, meanwhile, has made some pretty good strides against Inian, who is again having a pretty tough tournament so far with just 6 points, whereas Arjun's sitting pretty at the top with 18 points, and the position as well is clearly in Arjun's favor. And this was an important point in this game when Arjun managed to get this move with c5, and the resulting effect of this move, the bishop on b7 gets shut out of the game. The bishop on b7 will constantly be hitting on, not hitting on the c6 pawn, but literally hitting on the c6 pawn. The bishop has no place to exert control. So the bishop on b7, a bad bishop, and c5, queen e7. Once white achieved this, he managed to have some strategic superiority, and now he brings in the other elements into play. Knight on e5. Can you guess where this knight is going, chat? It's knight on e5. It looks like it's going towards the king side, but what is that other square which is very tempting and juicy for the knight, also known as outpost? Where do you think this knight will go to? And some of Arjun's moves and the way he plays, it's actually quite predictable, because he has this beautiful strategic understanding. So, you can sense where he's going towards, because they're also very conventional moves. I would say, for me, it's easier to sense what Arjun would do compared to what someone like Abhimanyu would do, for example, because Abhimanyu, he has a completely different style. He revels in chaos. He revels in these kind of questions, which he has against Setu right now. He's very good at playing his opponents in those kind of questions. This is the kind of question where Arjun excels, on the other hand. And the square I was going towards is the d6 square, which a lot of people pointed out in the chat. Meme Lord, VLT, knight c4 and knight d6. B6 is a bit far away. D6 controls more important squares, but first G3, preventing any knight f4 related threats. And then I think the next two moves, I expect knight c4 and knight d6 incoming. So this is where Arjun's game stands. And Abhimanyu's game is also heating up. Setu did play e5. Abhimanyu took d into e5, so he's up by 2 pawns. Now Setu unleashes knight g5. His threat is to go knight h7 check and exploit the pin on this diagonal. On the other hand, after knight g5, what can black do here? How can he solve this threat? Now, he goes queen d7. He just moves away the queen. But this feels quite dangerous to me. The white pieces can come in, knight h7 check, knight into h7, queen into h7. And then this knight comes into all these vulnerable squares. This looks quite dangerous for black here. I can't help but be fascinated that it's Arjun and Abhimanyu who are in the top two in this tournament. Both of the names are kind of etched in Indian art, Indian minds for years and years. So Abhimanyu leading from the front and Arjun is at the second place, and it just feels a bit funny to me out here in 2022. But yeah, this will be pretty interesting to see if Arjun manages to, if Abhimanyu manages to bounce back here. But again, I want to reiterate that these are the kind of questions where Abhimanyu excels. He's very good at finding his way out of such complications. This is his USP. This is where he excels. And I think he has a very unique ability, a prodigious ability, It's a talent of very high proportion. And I think if I had to say, this is the main reason why he managed to get about 2600, this extraordinary ability of his. So let's see how this goes. We'll zoom back to this while we have a quick look at the Ganguly Gukesh game, which is also another interesting game between two players at the top of the leaderboard. Gukesh on the 4th place at the moment with 16 points, and Ganguly on the 7th place with 17 points. Ganguly has also had an amazing tournament so far. He has he had an amazing streak with 4 wins in a row, but 2 losses in the last 2 rounds of day 2 kind of pulled them back. But again, it's like a game of snakes and ladders. So he just has to find a ladder, which is basically a few successive wins, and he'll be back there, right back there again. And so far in this position, it feels pretty even. White has the D pawn, black has the C pawn, and the bishop against the knight. But black's position feels solid. It doesn't feel like white has a lot of pressure, because black has good counterplay with this C pawn. So black can defend with queen D8. And I think Gukesh is doing all right for the moment. But this will also have an important effect on the leaderboard, this particular game. SL Narayanan has had a steady tournament, but hasn't quite found his wins so far. But today can be quite different for him. He started off with a win against Sethuraman, and he's again clearly better against Karthikeyan and Murli. He's up by a pawn, and it's also an important pawn, I would say, because it's a passed pawn. So he's up by a pawn. He has a dominant knight on e5. For him, the challenge would be to get these pawns past the d5 and the d7 square. Light squares which are not controlled by he doesn't have a light square bishop. So he doesn't have as much control of the d5 and the d7 squares. So this will be the challenge, but SL is slightly better. And if he wins this, he can also start knocking down at the leaders' doors. Meanwhile, some fascinating fireworks in the Arjun Indian game. At first, I didn't even understand what was happening. This was where we left at g3. Indian went bishop a6, preventing this knight c4, knight a6 idea, and also potentially to get this bishop to e2 and try and create some counterplay against white's king. But it looked like Arjun was ready for this, and he just goes knight into c6. What a beautiful idea. His point is white cannot take rook into e2 because of queen into c1 check. So he starts with knight into c6, and now this queen is doing two tasks at once. It is protecting the d8 rook, and it also has an eye on the c1 rook. So the idea is to overload this queen, and if black takes rook into c6, the queen is the lone protector of the d8 rook. So white just goes h4, drives this queen away, and then takes the bishop, at the end of which white has won 2 pawns and also taken out a potentially dangerous bishop which can create counterattack. So he would get rook into e2, and then he will just put the bishop on g2, and the 3 pawns would roll by themselves. So this is his idea. And I think with this knight into e6, it's pretty much game over for black. I think Arjun is set to win this game. So this exerts some additional pressure on Abhimanyu, because he has to at least make a draw to keep himself at the #1 spot. And meanwhile, SL has managed to get a winning advantage against Karthik and Murli. So there will be a second win in a row. And you can never really count out SL Narayanan at any part in this tournament. He's the second seed. He's an amazingly strong player, a member of the Indian team. And so far, he's just not got those wins, but he's going to start getting those wins now for sure. So this will be his second win of the day if he manages to pull this off. And he's clearly winning here. The f5 pawn is attacked. If black defends it, white has bishop d6, pinning the bishop and winning it. So black has no good defense against it. So Arjun is winning, SL is winning, and Ganguly Gukesh is also heating up. Gukesh took this pawn on d4. Surya played rook c to d1. The queen has no good square. And with his knight on a4, and the pieces kind of all isolated on the queen side, you see all the pieces are on the queen side. This opens up options for gangs on the king side. And we have seen some very, very beautiful finishes by gangs throughout his career. And this game also threatens to be one of those games. It seems to be poised towards that. Rook d7, bishop d5, pressure on this f7 point. And these pieces are coming in very quickly. It feels very dangerous for Gukesh here. I'm quite surprised he took queen into d4. Very interesting to see how he will try to pull himself out of this mess, but it doesn't look good for Gukesh at all. Surya is not winning as much as, for example, Arjun was winning, or SL, but it's still a very nice question, and quite in the style of Surya, I would say. It's a kind of question where you want to tag Surya in and say, Surya, can you please finish this for us? Imagine if chess was a team sport, like how there's a rally in athletics, and you can kind of tag people in and have your player according to the position. So when you want someone to finish an initiative seamlessly, Surya would be one of your go-to options for India. He would be that kind of a finisher, like how you have people batting at the number of 4, the number 6, number 5, number 6 in the middle order. So this is the kind of question. Gukesh goes Queen C5, and Bishop D5 is pretty strong here. Queen F6. Bishop D5 could run into Knight B6 though. So White has to find something here, but feels like there is feels like something has to give here for Black. And this feeling is primarily because of how alone the king is, how lonely this king is. Literally cut off from the rest of the army. Karthikeyan has resigned, so SL wins his second game in a row, moves to number 4 for the moment. Although he won't stay at number 4 till the end of the round. He goes Bishop D5, Surya goes Bishop D5. Gukesh instantly responding with Rook to F8. Now Queen to F6, Rook to E7 would be the follow-up. But White has to be precise. You go Queen F6, maybe you run into something like Rook D6. Something like H5 is also pretty powerful. But we'll stick on to this game because I sense a beautiful finish coming from Surya. And we wouldn't want to miss that, would we, chat? So Queen G5, Rook F8 on the board. If Surya wins this, which I expect him to, he would move to 18 points. And that would put him somewhere between number 3 and number 4. And we have a pretty clear pattern set out there. Abhimanyu is leading, and he's going to be hard to stop. He has the momentum, and this format also really favors him because he's very good at rapid chess. He's in excellent form. He seems to have found the zone, the flow for him, the optimal place, where he functions best. He seems to have found that. Indian has resigned in his game against Arjun. In this question, Arjun was just a piece up. So Arjun moves and cements himself in the second spot. Surya goes for Rook E5 against Gukesh. Bishop into F7 check is a threat. With just 1 minute remaining, let's see how Gukesh responds, how he manages to defend here. Both the players at full intensity, but Surya looking a lot more calm. Understandably so, even with the position. Any black player would be a lot more tense with tensier than White. The Indian team for the Olympiad will be announced in May. Queen B6 played by Gukesh. Now, it feels like you have to play H5 and create this pressure here. I'm not entirely sure if this Rook E5 was such a great move because yes, it threatens Bishop F7, but you want the Rook to be on E7 here, not here. And after Queen B6, it kind of creates this counterplay for Black with some Rook B1, Knight C3, and all these related moves. So not entirely. I really wanted Rook E7. As long as this Queen was on C5, Knight C3 was not a threat because of Bishop F7. But now with Rook E5, Queen B6, Knight C3 is a threat. So this game is quite thrilling and interesting and could go any way. We also have some other interesting games going on in this round, which I can see from the back of my other eye. Adiban against Abhijit Gupta. Things have turned around, and after playing a beautiful opening, AD is actually losing this one. This Rook is being driven out from the B file. Once it's driven out from the B file, this B pawn is set to Queen. So the curse of the B pawn striking Adiban, and this pawn on B3 is literally killing Adiban. So you can kind of I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's a coincidence. I don't know if I should be this mean when AD is having this run, but I would say things haven't gone great for AD ever since he trusted this B3 pawn. I mean, it's not a nice thing to say, but I guess it's also an undisputable fact. So Abhijit Gupta having the winning position here, and after King C7, Bishop A5, Rook A1 wins this piece. So Bishop A5, I expect Rook A1 is one of the moves that wins, and I don't see any other way. But yeah, Rook A1 definitely wins, because if you go Rook A6 check, then although King B7 also wins, Black can just take Rook into A5 and play B2, and you cannot catch up with this B pawn. So Bishop A5. Well, you kill with the B3 sword, you die by the B3 sword. That's been history through ages. And with the B3 sword, you get killed more than you kill. I guess that's also written down in the history. So Rook A1 played, and this is game over for AD. Meanwhile, Surya has broken through. He found this spectacular move, Bishop into F7 check, King into F7, and now all his pieces come storming in, eliminating the final defender, the only defender that Gukesh had. Now Rook D8 check, King F7. Look at how instructive it is. Your king alone, there's obviously bound to be an attack. He goes H5, Knight C3, and Bishop into F7 check. Beautiful conception. King into F7, Rook D7 check. The pieces come like a tsunami. So he goes Rook into F7, and after Rook into F7, sorry, he goes King into F7. He has to, because Rook into F7 there's Rook D8, King into F7, and now eliminating the only defender in the position. Rook D8 check, King F7, Rook D7 check, and after King G8, I think Queen E7 is game over. So expecting resignation from Gukesh pretty soon. Adiban has also resigned in his game against Abhijit Gupta, so that's another result that we have. Leon has drawn against Aryan Chopra. He had a nice position for long duration, but he couldn't find anything more, because Black's Aryan's position was also quite solid. And we are here to witness the finish of the Surya Gukesh game, where it looks like there has to be a finish, but it's not totally clear what is the way. It's not entirely clear. King G7, there's Queen F8, it's checkmate. So you have to go King E6 here as Black, I think. King E7, Queen F8, King E6, something has to be over here, yeah. It has to be made here. Gukesh is just happily moving with his king, yeah. It's like, come and mate me if you can. Can you actually mate me? Find it. You have only 30 seconds, 50 seconds. Rook E8 check, King to D5. The king keeps moving forward because, you know, you can't. Sometimes in life, going back is simply not an option. Queen F3 check, Gang's being super calm, and seems like he's decided to just take this piece, you know. It's like, okay, I don't need to mate you immediately. It's not like I have only this option. I can just take this, and your king is still out there in the center. So what are you going to do? But this can be dangerous, guys, because Rook D1, King G2, and now there's Queen C6 check attacking this. And if you go King H2, then there's Queen into F2. So pretty annoying. That's why Gukesh went King D6. It's like, okay, take my piece if you can, or mate me. Let me know when you have found it. I'll keep waiting. Queen F8 back. King D5 would go into the same position. It's not totally clear. I mean, if you, in a classical game, White would have a lot of time here, and you can sit down, calculate your way, and finish it off. That would be the usual thing, especially, you know, it's the 43rd move, so you usually get a 30-minute additional time. But here in this situation, with just 30 seconds remaining, it's very, 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 very tricky. So many ways to go wrong for White, you know, especially when you don't have Stockfish helping you out. And queen f7 check. Chat, what do you think? Will white just go king d4? Will he just keep going and seek refuge? Yeah, he had. It makes the most sense. You have to keep moving forward. You have to try and get your king out here. This is the safest square for the black king. Anything else, it can go. Anything else, it can go pretty bad. You can't go to the 6th rank. There is rook e6 check related stuff. Queen g7 check. I guess king d3 now. There's rook e3 check, but there's still options with queen into e3, guys. It's very risky for white because this pawn can go in pretty fast. So rook e3 check, queen into e3 happened in the game, f into e3, and now Gukesh has a very tricky decision. Does he take g into h5 and then advance this pawn, or does he just give a check and advance it? Again, not the kind of decision you can calculate out when you have like 10 seconds. These kind of decisions can only be solved with calculation. You need to sit down and calculate and find your way. You cannot do that with 15 seconds, and it's not a decision which you can just intuitively figure it out. It would just be a random guess if you do it with intuition. So queen h7 check, knight d4. This game poised very interestingly. Meanwhile, the other game between Setu and Abhimanyu, the smoke has cleared. The smoke has cleared, and at the end of it, it's a drawn endgame. White has an extra pawn, but he cannot really advance it. There's rook on c4, very well placed, covering the c3 pawn. And this should be a comfortable draw for Abhimanyu, even though he's a pawn down. Which means at the end of round 10, we are going to have both Abhimanyu and Arjun in joint lead. We're going to have both of them in joint lead, and they play each other in round 12. In round 11, Abhimanyu faces Sankalp Gupta with the white pieces. Sankalp has been the tournament outsider for the first 8 rounds, but managed to win the last 2 games. So that's going to be a very interesting battle to watch out for. And Arjun plays against Lalit Babu with the black pieces. Arjun has a very good score against Lalit in general. Lalit has lost the last 2 rounds, but on the other hand, Lalit is very experienced and has been quite solid in this tournament so far. So this is also going to be a very interesting clash, but it will be Arjun and Abhimanyu who will be at the top of the standings after round 10. Leon in the 3rd place, quite consistent, quite solid, with 18 points, and SL breathing down the leader's neck at 17. Gukesh is on 16 right now, and Surya is on 15. So we go back to that game where things have moved forward a bit. Literally, the C pawn has moved forward, and the black king has moved forward. It's fair to say that things have moved forward for Gukesh, but his problem is the queen is going to just keep checking. So I do expect a draw here, a draw by perpetual. The queen's just going to keep checking, and I don't see the black king having enough shelter. But I think it was again a pretty brilliant decision by Gukesh to just keep going with king d5, king d4, king d3 here, and going into this queen into e3 endgame. It was highly resourceful by Gukesh, and he did something similar against the beast as well yesterday. He had to make the decision in very, oh my god, look what happened. He missed king f2. He missed king f2. Did you see Gukesh? Did you see his reaction there? And now he has to play c1 knights to make a draw. Will he find it? Will he find it? He has 17 seconds, so he can find it. He has that recovery. I hope he doesn't have auto queen on though. If he has auto queen on, it's going to get very tricky. This is one of those instances, guys. Does he have auto queen on? Can he make a knight? Can he make a knight? He goes king c1. Maybe king c1 also works. But king c1, how does this work? King into e2? Wow, this is amazing. He just missed this idea. Knight e2, king f2, c1 queen, and now queen into e2. And the auto queen option is very tricky. But now he threatens queen, and I think he's safe here. Will be very interesting and curious to ask if he had the auto queen on. Will be because I think c1 knights would have also drawn in that position, and would have been the move I would have thought of in an OTB game. I would have seen it, I would have played it. I would have just taken the knight from It's usually captured, so it's not as elusive as the queen. But turns out black could draw that with any move, except if you made a queen. And if you had the auto queen on, or if you weren't sure, like imagine this is the situation, you have 20 seconds and you're not sure if you have the auto queen on. Would you risk going c1 queen, intending to make a knight, or would you try to find something else, like what Gukesh did? And he totally missed his opponent's resource with king f2. So he definitely missed it. And he was in a shock, but he managed to bounce back brilliantly. He managed to do an awesome job there. Very good resilience by Gukesh, and with that, this game is likely to end in a draw. So once again, updating the standings, Abhimanyu is still fighting on, but that game is going to end in a draw sooner or later. He will be in the joint lead with Arjun on 21 points. Leon will be on the third place at 18. SL at 17. SL Narayanan on the fourth place. And now we have Gukesh and Surya playing, Gukesh with 16 and Surya with 15. So they will also be out there in the leaderboard. And also a shock result, which we did not cover at all. Apologies that I did not cover this game at all. It just skipped my attention. And a shocking upset. Harika manages to win her first game of the tournament. And she defeated Raunak Sadhwani, who was one of the major contenders for this tournament. She managed to defeat Raunak, and for the first time, she has she has had the first win of the tournament, and she was pretty close towards the end of the leader table, but now she has made quite a bit of advance, because win is very rewarding. She has won a game, 3 points, and that puts her tied to the 13th and 14th place. And we've also seen how a win really creates this flow, the momentum. It gives that confidence. So maybe this will be the first of many wins for her to come in this tournament. But yeah, her first win in this tournament, and I would imagine her first win in the CCT circuit, considering that this is her first tournament in the CCT as well. But it's fantastic and lovely that she managed to win her first game, because I do believe that when you give people enough chances, they adapt, they stretch themselves, and they go a level higher. And it's really important that we create these platforms, we create these situations where people get those opportunities to level up. And once you give them that, they get the very talented people and hardworking people. The Ganguly Gukesh game has ended in a draw. So the only other live game going on is Setu against Abhimanyu Puranik. So Rook F3, King E4, Rook F4 check, King D3, Rook F3 check, King E4. And are we going to see a repetition here? Are we going to see a repetition here, chat? Finally, it's Setu who stops Abhimanyu's advance. Although it won't improve Setu's position greatly in the cross table. He will move to 7 points. That just puts him a bit ahead of Indian, who is at the bottom of the table right now. But again, the format allows you to bounce back, and there will be 5 more rounds to go after this round. So only 2/3 of the tournament is over. You can come back, you can advance a lot by winning a couple of games, and you can also go quite far back in the standings if you end up losing a couple of games. And we have seen that happen in this tournament already. Once again, to remind the viewers, Abhimanyu will play against Sankalp Gupta in the 11th round, and Arjun will play against Lalit Babu with the black pieces. And in the 12th round, they have a direct face-off with Arjun having the white pieces against Abhimanyu Puranik. So that's the game to watch out for today. And the game has ended in a draw. So Abhimanyu with 21 points, Arjun with 21 points. And that's how the standings are at the end of round 10. We'll be back for round 11 quite shortly, but before we go there, a quick reminder for all our viewers about the GIGL. GIGL is a great Indian gaming league conducted by our title sponsor MPL, in which you can win a total value of rupees 2,000 crores in winnings. And this event takes place from March 24 to May 29. And to participate in the GIGL, you can download the MPL app from the link in the description. Now here's a sneak peek into the GIGL.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable.
Welcome back to the round 11 of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. The tournament is poised excitingly. Abhimanyu Puranik and Arjun Erigaisi leading. Let's have a quick look at the standings. The games have started. We have kickoff in some of the moves, but let's have a quick look at the standings before we dive into the games. Yes, there you see Abhimanyu and Arjun leading above the rest of the field with 21 points. And Abhimanyu plays against Sankalp Gupta and Arjun plays against Lalit. Back to the games. Arjun has started with the King's Indian defense, a very ambitious opening with the black pieces against Lalit Babu. Chat, what do you think? Who do you think is going to stay the leader at the end of day 3 today? It was Leon on day 1. It was Leon on day 2. And on day 3, he has played quite well, but such has been this tournament, guys. He's had such predictable results, you know. He played against strong players. He played against Karthikeyan. He played against Aryan Chopra. He lost just one game, but that was enough to push him down to the 3rd place. Imagine how competitive this tournament is and the level at which you have to perform to win this. What you need to do, how strong you have to be. And it's not a wonder that this tournament is so strong. It is the MPL Indian Chess Tour. It is the Indian Chess Tour, and India has been the Indian players have showed that kind of a level. They have been absolutely brilliant and have been playing at a very, very high level. So this has been the tournament so far here, and it's tied between Arjun and Abhimanyu. So I would say these two guys are the guys to watch out for the next 2 rounds on day 3. And Arjun has a direct clash against Abhimanyu in round 12. So maybe let's have a poll. Who do you think will be the leader at the end of this round, at the end of this day, or at the end of round 12? Arjun or Abhimanyu or someone else? National Master Sahil Tickoo, who we all sorely miss, is working out some technical glitches. We are expecting him anytime, but we have been expecting him anytime for the last 2 hours. It's not quite certain when he's going to join us, but he will certainly join us at some point. This we know for sure. The King's Indian defense in Arjun's game, Lalit went for the setup with Bishop E2 and Bishop E3, a relatively modern setup, which I believe is called Makaguno. I'm not entirely sure though. White has these setups with H3 here, for example. The classical system is with Knight F3 and Bishop E2, which has seen years of theory. And then White started delaying Knight F3. They started out with something like Bishop E2, and now you can go Bishop G5. This is one of the setups, and Bishop E3 is one of the other setups. The point is White tries to gain space on the king side with G4 and G5. Although we close the center, these kind of positions from the classical King's Indian, it allows Black to fight with something like F5. So this is how the theory developed in all those years. White has this Knight E1, White has Knight D2, and the B4 system, the bayonet, all these options exist. And then White figured out that you can kind of play against them with something like G4. And now when Black goes F5, you just take this and castle long, and you have this attack down on the G5. So Black doesn't have an attack, and you have the strategical superiority. So this is how the variation evolved, and these systems with Bishop E2 and Bishop E3 kind of came into prominence. After Bishop E2, Bishop E3 came into prominence, Black found several different ways to counter. C5 is one more, E5 is one more. Sometimes Black starts with C6, A6 and B5. All of these moves aim to break White's center or exert pressure against White's center. So Bishop E2, Bishop E3, now Knight c6 is one such move as well. Again, the objective is to exert pressure on white center and try and break it. d5, knight e5, and now after h3, you have overextended white's pawn structure. Black has been successful in achieving it. So now black goes e6, breaking this d5 pawn. And now knight f3 check, knight into f3, bishop into f3, knight d7, short castle, bishop into c3, b into c3. And this is also a very instructive moment, by the way. At this point, after exerting pressure with e6, black wants to play e5 now. But would you play e5? After taking bishop into c3, would you insert this? Or would you do it before? Like, would you go e5 here directly? Or would you take bishop into c3, b into c3, and now go e5? I think you take bishop into c3 first and go e5, because you get rid of this bad bishop. So it's always useful to get this bishop out and then go e5. And then you also have options like f5 incoming in the future. So it looks like black has got the kind of position he aimed for in the opening. Arjun would be pleased with what he has achieved strategically. But on the other hand, it's also not entirely easy for black to exert pressure on the c4 point, because, okay, yeah, you can attack with this bishop on e6, but how do you get this knight to attack this pawn? Now, in a lot of these Nimzo-Indian structures, black comes knight e8, knight d6 to enable and attack the c4 pawn. But at this point, black cannot do that with this knight on d7. So Arjun had a similar problem, I think, in his game against Leon as well. And this is the problem for him here, that he's not able to exert pressure on the c4 point. So he's kind of got what he's wanted, but I'm not sure if what he wanted gives such a great returns. The game of the other leader, Abhimanyu Puranik against Sankalp Gupta, has also kicked off. It took a while for this game to start, but it has started. And it started with the Carrom defense, 1 e4 c6. This is Sankalp's go-to variation with the black pieces. Against 1 e4, he goes c6, a very solid system. And this has also seen a lot of different treatments and responses over the years. White can go d4, d5, e5. White can go knight c3. These were the knight c3 is the main move. D into e4, knight into e4, and now traditionally black went bishop to f5, and there was some pretty heavy theoretical debates. In more recent times, knight f6 also turned out to be a pretty good option, and later the move e5 gained a lot of prominence. But Abhimanyu goes for the two knight setup. He doesn't commit d4. And against this also, black can do d4, knight into e4, knight f6, kind of going towards a similar structure. But the other option, the more solid option, is bishop g4. Bishop to g4, giving up the pair of bishops, but in return getting a super solid central structure, the central pawns. Bishop e2, bishop c5. And if you do want to play the Carrom defense, you should check out this course of Edwin Lamy, the Lifetime Rebecca Carrom, which also recommends the setup with bishop g4, and it's actually quite a thorough repertoire. Bishop e2, bishop c5, short castle, knight e7, and it's a bit hard to explain why black goes d4 here when he has such a beautiful compact structure. But the simple reason is white was threatening d4 himself, and you wanted to gain more space in the center as black. So you go d4, and after knight d7, Black still maintains this good structure, e5, c5, and instead of having the pawns on e6, d5, and c6, you have the pawns on e6, d5, sorry, e5, d4, and c5. And after knight d7, d3, short castle, queen g3, I think black has a pretty nice position out there. And also not the kind of position where Abhimanyu is at home. But having said that, he's brilliant at creating complexities from any situation. So let's see how Abhimanyu creates chances for himself here. This is where the games of the leader stand. A solid equal position in Abhimanyu Sankalp out of the Karakan defense. Also an equal position in Lalit Arjun, but I think things have gone a bit better for Arjun since the time we went to the other game. He's gotten this f5 break. The knight is well placed on c5. He doesn't want to attack the c4 pawn at the moment. Not that he can either, because the knight has no good avenue to do that. But instead, he opens up new friends on the other side, new avenues of attack. The pawns on c4 and c3, they are there to stay as weaknesses forever. White cannot really do anything against it. Meanwhile, on the other hand, on the other side, black can create some more weaknesses. And there are threats like bishop into h3 in the hand in the future. There's some knight d3, knight f4 related ideas. I think Arjun has got a very nice position out of this opening, and he can. He's the one who's going to be exerting pressure in this game and trying to win. There is an exciting clash between two 16-year-olds. Gukesh against Leon. Although the position isn't quite exciting just yet, and it always surprises me when Leon has more time than his opponent. But it seems like the Gukesh Leon game so far, Leon has managed to have more time, quite surprisingly. And queen into g7 is a highly provocative move. Black gives up the g7 pawn, but he takes the g2 pawn in return, and this pawn structure is very solid for black, also known as the hedgehog pawn structure because of how solid it is and how it's not easy to break through this. Apologies, yes, Gukesh is 15 years old and probably the youngest participant in this tournament. This looks even, complex, but even, and not a lot going exciting at the moment. But if you are looking for something exciting, then something seems to be happening in the Aryan Chopra SL Narayanan game. The white king is out at c2. And how did this white pawn get all the way to c6? So Aryan has either been going the English opening or the London system so far in this tournament. And if you recollect, he played the same thing against Sankalp Gupta, where Sankalp went towards this variation. And after queen f3, f5 is one of the main moves. Sankalp went towards this, and Aryan won an excellent game. And in this game, his opponent SL Narayanan chose to go h6, a more solid option, allowing white to build up the center with d4 and d5. But on the other hand, he gets access to this d4 square, which, if you notice, the Arjun had to work extremely hard for in that King's Indian position to achieve the same thing. But in this variation, black got it pretty much straight out of the opening. He just got knight c6, knight d4, and this is a very nice strategical achievement. White tried to get rid of it, but black managed to spoil white's pawn structure before trading that d4 knight. So knight into f3, j into f3, bishop d7, b4. And when you have a weak structure, pawn weakness like this, the square in front of it is usually a nice ripe offering for your knights. So knight h5 and knight f4. Leon drew his last game against Aryan Chopra. So knight h5, c5, bishop e7, the bishop coming to g5, the f4 square. White advanced in the direction of the queen side, black going towards the king side, bishop g5, knight f4 not yet. It still creates more avenues, more open lines, but at some point knight f4 is expected, and SL has the better position out of the opening. SL is ranked at the 5th place in this tournament for the moment with 17 points, while his opponent Aryan has had more of a middling tournament. He's at the 10th place with 11 points, and SL is on a flow. He has won 2 games in a row. He will look forward to win his 3rd game in a row and keep his streak going, so to speak, which is very important to make him a contender for the 1st place as he goes into the final day. The final day will only have 3 rounds as opposed to the first 3 days. So at the end of first 3 days, it's a bit like a qualification in a Formula One. The actual race, the finish will happen on the fourth round, the 4th day, the last 3 rounds. And the players will look to keep themselves in situations, in positions where they have optimal chances to have a good finish. There is some fireworks going in the game between Ronak against Surya, who are also still contenders out there. Ronak is at the 6th place and Surya on the 7th place with 16 points each. But again, a few quick wins and they will be right there contending towards the top spot. The game started with the night of opening where White went h3, a more trendy, a more main line than something like bishop d3 or queen d3 here. e5, knight b3, bishop e7. Knight b3 is actually not the main move here. White usually retreats the knight to e2. When White goes knight b3, White intends to go for the setup with bishop e3, the English attack setup, which can also start from bishop e3, e5, knight b3, and then h3. The point being, you want to have the queen to f3. The more traditional setup is with f3 and g4, and the queen to d2. But with time, White also started having these newer setups with h3 and f4 or h3 and queen f3. So h3, e5, knight b3, bishop e7, g4. Also the variation which is recommended in Sethuraman's, I think Sethuraman's one of his books, or one of his books that he had written. This was also the variation which was recommended. g4, black prevents g5 with h6, all theory, bishop e3, and the queen goes to f3. So this is also construction for White. Pawn to h3, pawn to g4, White queen to f3, and knight d7, long castle, rook c8. Now black's threat. Okay, so what is black's threat now, and how do you play as White here? How do you avoid that threat? When black plays rook c8 in this structure, why is it not a great idea for White to go something like king b1 or bishop d3 or any such standard move? And what is black's threat, and how does White avoid that threat? So whenever in these setups, whenever black goes rook to c8, black is instantly threatening rook into c3, and it's not a great idea to allow this structure for White. This is a classic sacrifice. There's this game between Mo Seshian against Gary Kasparov, and a more recent example, Abdusatru against Nihal Sarin, which is also a bit of a modern classic in World Under 12 Championship. So White has to evade this by playing knight to d5, bishop to d5, e into d5, and you get your knight out of the way, and you also get light square real estate on the board. So knight d5, important move, and after knight b6, king b1, the pawn is protected. Black takes back the light square bishop, but now white gets access to this e4 point, which he creates control with h4 and g5. So knight d2, rook c8, h4, queen c7. It is defended with c3 and g5, knight g4, knight e4. The knight is sitting pretty on the e4 point, and the f file is also opened with knight into e3, f into e3. I think it's a very nice position for Ronak, who would be eager to get back amongst the wins after his loss against Harika in the previous round. So this is an excellent position and kind of what he wanted out of the opening, I imagine. So Ronak has the better chances to win in this game. And let's see if Surya manages to mount enough resistance to bring him back in this game, or if Ronak overpowers him. Back to the Aryan Chopra SL Narayanan game, where it seems like there has been a few moves, and a few moves in favor of black clearly. Bishop into e3, f into e3, and f4 played. Black has broken through on this side, which is not where the white king is. So this is quite curious. What is black playing for here? The white king is out there all the way in the other side on b3, and black is advancing pawns on the king side. So where is black really going towards? What is he breaking for? I mean, what is he opening lines for? The answer to this question, neither sides are trying to attack the opposition's king. Neither sides are really going after each other's throats. It's a more strategic battle. Black is attacking these weak spots on f3 and white's kingside pawns in general. And white, on the other hand, targets black's pawns on this side. Like imagine an endgame where the knight is able to sacrifice on b6 and spawn queens. Like when all the heavy pieces are out of the board, the queens, the rooks, they're out of the board. And there can come a situation where white can take knight a4, white can play knight a4 and knight into b6 and win the game. So this is the strategic battle that they both are fighting, with the heavy pieces involved though. The heavy pieces are involved, but it's not an attack against each other's king. It's just going to be this strategic battle. And out here, black is better placed for the moment because black's pieces are just better suited to attack this f3 point because the f line will be open, whereas the c line is not open for the moment. And the heavy pieces being traded is quite far away and is also uncertain. There is no guarantee of it happening. So SL is better, Ronak is better, SL is better, and the game between Abhimanyu against Sankalp has also gone more in the favor of, maybe slightly more in favor of Abhimanyu at the moment, but it remains complex. Perhaps it's not, the critical variation is bishop into h5, queen into h5, queen d7. White wins a pawn this way. And I'm not entirely sure if Sankalp saw this coming after queen h3. It feels like he missed this completely. But I'd be curious. Yeah, he has played this move. And I didn't quite catch Sankalp's reaction when bishop into h5 happened. But after queen into h5, queen into d7, now f3 is also interesting. The point being that if you do take queen into e7, then there is potential for creating threats against white's king, rook f8. Once again, it's an example where the white king is kind of isolated and alone, and white's pieces are a bit on the other side, a bit offside. So queen into d7, f3 is the critical move, which I expect from Sankalp, who has actually sunk quite low in his chair. I'm not sure how to read that body language, but that's a very nice point by Madhu. A complex game already means in Abhimanyu's favor. And There was this game between Abhimanyu and Arjun in, I think, Sitges last year. Or there was a tournament just before Sitges in Barcelona. It was called Eldobercat. And I'm not, please forgive me for that pronunciation. But yeah, there was this tournament where Abhimanyu and Arjun faced off. Arjun was completely winning out of the opening with the black pieces. And then Arjun tricked and Abhimanyu tricked and swindled Arjun and managed to win that game, and was also fighting for the tournament. It was a very important game in the context of that tournament. So Abhimanyu has done this before to Arjun, and they are facing off in the 12th round once again, with Arjun having the white pieces this time. So while we while Sankalp thinks through this complications after f3, let's have a look at how things going for Arjun. It seems like he's made some progress towards winning these pawns, but I don't see how black can ever win from this position, because the rook and the white rook and the bishop are quite strong. Rook g7 check, rook into c7, and all these different threats at play. So knight into c4, Lalit can start with rook g7 check, go rook into c7, and then the bishop gets some bishop g7 check, or maybe knight e3. Actually, after knight e3, I'm not entirely sure how white keeps it going here. So maybe you want to just stop this knight e3 related stuff. Just bring your king in, or start with something like f5, because black doesn't really have his rook into the game now. The only open line is covered. The king is never coming into the game. The bishop on h6 covers this point, which means you just don't want to allow this knight e3, knight f5 related stuff. So just start with king f2 or f5, even giving up this pawn, and just don't allow this knight. And white has no danger of losing this at all, from what I can see. So at the moment, things not looking great for Arjun in terms of what he would have wanted to achieve in this game. But Lalit is very hard to overcome as well. And let's not forget how he defeated Gukesh in round 4 after just after having a bad game against Aryan Chopra. It reminds me of that. This is the status update in Lalit against Arjun. I think it's a bit better for white, and I just don't see how black can win here. Although Arjun had a good position out of the opening, so things have changed here. The game between Surya against Raunak is progressing along the predicted lines. Raunak has the better position. He's continuing to have the better position. There is intense pressure on the f7 point. It's going to be very hard for Surya to defend here, I think, because there's just no counterplay for black at all. Look at the pieces. Look at how sorry black's position is. Bishop on e7, blocked by his own pawns. King out there in the center, and the queen and the rook not really having any open files, nor the other rook, the f8 rook. So everything kind of boxed up, and if you're a Surya fan, then it's not looking good. The Beast is playing against Indian in this round, and it's a bit of a battle for the tailenders, so to speak. And he has a solid position, but he's low on time. He will look to try and at least finish in the top 8. Now, winning this tournament is almost out of the question, but a top 8 finish is still possible with a few quick wins. Back to the Arjun game, we have some moves here. Arjun played b5. Lalit did play king f2. Arjun played b5 to get this knight to b6. Now, since e3 is out of access. Rook g7 and rook into c7 as expected. Knight to b6. The bishop has done its job on h6, so it relocated itself to a nice central square. And after knight into d5, Lalit takes the h7 pawn, also threatening rook h8 check. So black couldn't take knight into f4 here because he would just lose this rook. So he starts off with rook e8, and now, although white can take this a7 pawn, white can perhaps start with king f3 because he's in no hurry. The pawn is not really going anywhere. On the other hand, white will want to keep as many pawns of his as he can in order to keep his winning chances alive. A big reason why chess ends in a draw is when all the pawns get traded. With all the pawns traded, even if you have an extra piece, it's still a draw. So in endgames especially, it's important to try and keep your pawns from being traded if you are the side with the advantage. Lalit will probably take some time here. And meanwhile, there's also an update in the Abhimanyu game. And I think this one Abhimanyu is taking. Sankalp had to play f3 here. Sankalp did not play f3. He went bishop d6, allowing white knight to get to f3. Knight f3, rook a f8. And here white is just a pawn up. Everything defended. He can even stroll with his king to the other side, open up things to the other side. That's what he played. King f1. Stroll with his king, and Sankalp would have no counterplay at all. So I guess that's Sankalp's winning streak coming to an end, and Abhimanyu's winning streak restarting. Rook g6 prevents white king. It doesn't really prevent white king, so he can go king e2 because rook into g2 is queen into d6. So he can just go here, defend the g2 pawn for the moment, and create open lines, and he'll be totally out of danger. So Abhimanyu is winning this game, but it will take a bit of time for it to. It will take a bit of time for the conversion to happen. Meanwhile, Adiban has made a draw against Indian, the first result of round 11. And not a lot of progress on the Raunak Surya game either. It's pretty much where we left off. White has moved a few pieces, black has moved a few pieces. Now we go into the end game. The queen trade. This f7 pawn still remains a massive weakness for black. And the queen trade is actually good and convenient for white because this is a position where white just cannot lose at all. Black has no scope for counterplay at all. And I think white is winning here as well. So Raunak is winning, Abhimanyu is winning. I think Arjun's game likely going towards a draw here. And the one game which we haven't, one of the games which we haven't really paid attention to, the game between Karthikeyan and Sethuraman, is an advantage for black here. The knight on dark square, having access to outposts on dark squares, white having a light square bishop, it's simply not helpful. The e7 pawn is weak in these types of structures, but it's not enough compensation against the strategical disadvantages that white has. So Sethuraman is better in this game, and a win here would really boost his confidence and bring him out from the bottom of the cross table. And Harika, who had a fantastic win in the last round, she seems to be continuing on her flow. Look at how beautiful this knight on c4 is. Protecting the e5 pawn, attacking the a5 pawn. Before the tournament, I was talking about how it's important for Harika to convert better positions for her to have a successful tournament. And she managed to do it in one of her games in the previous round against Raunak Sadhwani. And in this game, she seems to be continuing exactly where she left off. She has a fantastic position. She's winning this a5 pawn. She just needs to drive away this f7 knight, which is attacking the e5 pawn, and then capture the a5 pawn. So I would perhaps start with rook g7 here. But rook g7, you have to be careful with some knight d8, knight e6 related tactic. Black can still play rook e7 here. But I'm not sure if rook g7 or rook f8. It has to be one of these two moves. Then knight into a5. And then black is just better here. And if knight d6, black always has rook d8. So chat, what do you think? Is Harika going to win her second game in a row here? Is she going to? That would be awesome and amazing if she manages to do that. Day 3 has also been kind to the people who finished at the bottom of the standings on day 2. On day 2, Sankalp and Harika were at the bottom of the leaderboard. And Sankalp started off the day with 2 wins in a row. And now Harika has won one of the games. So you, if she wins her second game now, the standings at the bottom would completely change. And it also gives her an opportunity to get into the top 8 and qualify for the second event of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. Rook g6 on the board, rook f6 incoming. Look how this knight would be completely cut off from the game after rook f6. White will try to bring this knight onto g5, but after rook f6, black is set to take knight into a5 and win the pawn and create a passer on the a5. So king f2, rook f6, knight g5 quickly played, and now knight into a5 also quickly played. The confidence radiating from Harika. Knight b3 and knight into c5 incoming next for the second pawn, and knight f3 would just be protected like, and black has nothing to worry. So I guess Harika will collect her second pawn and will be very quickly on her way to winning her second game in a row if she manages to keep her momentum. Rook h3 trying to win this pawn. Black just has to take the c5 pawn. Yeah, she plays knight b3 quickly. Rook into h5, knight into c5. Meanwhile, something exciting has happened in the Abhimanyu Sankalp game. Guys, look at what has happened. Sankalp was clearly, Abhimanyu was clearly better. And this was the position when Sankalp unleashed rook into g2. Point being king into g2, there's queen g4 check. So Abhimanyu ignored it and went king e2. I'm not entirely sure if Abhimanyu saw rook into g2 coming. If he had seen it coming, I think he would have tried to take protective measures. He would have played king e2 first, rook into g2, now there's queen into d6. He went queen into b7 first, rook into g2, king e2. And now after rook g3, f into g2, f into g3, f into g3, insisting that the rook be taken, opening up the f file, rook f1, g2, rook expected to go to f2 here. And the problem here is threats on the e3 point. Rook into g2, there's queen e3 check. And there's a perpetual. It's not easy. I actually don't see how white can fight for a win here. Do you see a way, chat? Do you see a way for white to fight for a win? And Abhimanyu doesn't look too calm either. Looking at his face, looking at his expressions, I don't sense the calmness of a player who's got his things covered. Wow, things have changed in this game completely. Wow, rook into g2 and rook into g3. What a move. The game between Lalit and Arjun has ended in a draw, so that's our second result in round 11. But wow. Sankalp making a draw against Abhimanyu and Harika winning against Abhijit. Guys, hope is a good thing, and there is always hope. These two players were at the last two spots at the end of day 2, and now they are right back. Queen D7 played by Abhimanyu. Sankalp has only 15 seconds. He has only 15 seconds, and the game is going on. And wow, look at this move. Look at this amazing move. G1 Queen. What a move by Sankalp. G1 Queen changing the complexion of the game completely, and now he's winning. Oh my God, look at, I don't know if Abhimanyu saw this coming. He was probably expecting G into F1 check and Rook into F1, and that the game goes on. You can see it from his expression. He missed G1 Queen completely. And now if Queen E6 check, it's King H8. If Rook into G1, Queen into F3 check, and Queen E3 check. And this is actually checkmate. You don't even have to capture this Rook. Rook F2 is checkmate. What move, G1 Queen. What a spectacular game by Sankalp. He did an Abhimanyu to Abhimanyu. Exciting. G1 Queen, Sankalp still has only 18 seconds, but I don't see how he goes Queen H3, Queen E3 check, and next he takes Rook into F3. Even Abhimanyu cannot pull this off, and he has resigned. This takes Arjun into the lead after his draw. Arjun with 22 points in the lead, Abhimanyu with 21 points, and Arjun plays against Abhimanyu in the next round. Harika is also winning. She has a huge time advantage. She has 2 extra pawns, and if she wins this will be her second win in a row. And she also looks a lot more cheerful, a lot more calm and relaxed. This has been an excellent performance by Harika today after having a very rough first 2 days where she managed only 5 draws out of 8 games without a single win. And today she has been outstanding with 2 wins in just 3 games. So Harika is winning in this game. She moves her knight back. White cannot take rook into a4 because of b5. And after she gets this pawn to b5, it's a comfortable 2-pawn advantage. Still some work left. But meanwhile, Raunak is winning against Surya Shekhar Ganguly. Raunak has 16 points. Surya also has 16 points. An extremely important game in the context of deciding the leaderboard. And talking about the leaderboard, SL Narayanan manages to win against Aryan Chopra. He managed to break through where Aryan's king is. And at this point, Aryan had to lose his queen. At this point, Aryan had to lose his queen and ended up having to sacrifice the queen. He had a mating threat, but the queen could not possibly leave its king and go all the way to g7. So White couldn't complete that. And after rook into g7, check king h8, there is no useful discovered attack either. So SL Narayanan wins and he moves to the 3rd spot. It's Arjun with 22 points, Abhimanyu with 21, and SL with 20 points, guys. This is the top 3, and anything can happen. 4 more rounds remaining. Anything can happen. The format is so fluid. 3 points for 1 win. And we have seen the leaders constantly changing and chopping, and the field is extremely close as well. Every player quite strong, and I think today has shown this better than any of the other days. Two people who were absolutely struggling at the bottom coming out and winning. And let's zoom in towards Harika's game, her winning moment. She has these 2 pawns. She's making these moves very confidently. The A passer and the F passer. This pawn will go to A2. Once this pawn goes to A2, White spends all his resources stopping this pawn, the f pawn will start rolling. So it's a pretty straightforward win and a potential resignation incoming soon. With this win, Harika will move to 11 points out of a possible 33 and strengthens her chances towards moving into the top 8, which is important and has a lot at stake as it guarantees a spot in the next iteration of an MPL Indian Chess Tour. Harika winning this one, and it looks like Gukesh is also right there. He's there at the 5th spot, but with a win, he can move to the 4th spot. It has been a tougher day today for Leon after leading the tournament the first 2 days. He's losing this game against Gukesh. After Rook G4, Gukesh wins the piece and the game pretty quickly. So Gukesh wins this one and moves to the joint 3rd spot. A few last checks by Leon, but queen is trapped and the queen is pinned and queen c8 incoming. So this is game over for Leon. A tough day today. 1 draw and 2 losses. Gukesh has been right there in the contention from the beginning after a couple of disappointing second place finishes. Meanwhile, back to the Harika game. White might win this a3 pawn, but after f2 and rook g1, it's game over. So he still keeps fighting. He brings his king in. Harika has a few last minute minor problems to solve. What you might call a few technical issues. f2, king e2. If f2, there's king e2. And if a2, then potentially king e3, f2, king e2. So she goes f2, king e2, and maybe king g3 now. Oh, she goes a2. And Abhijit starts advancing his pawns now. The point was if rook into a2, then f1 queen won the game. So he goes h5. But okay, after rook g1, he wins a rook and she wins a rook, and it's time to resign for white. Yeah, and he presses the resign button, and that's Harika's second win in a row. Not a lot of animated celebrations from her this time, but it's probably because she's used to winning by now. The Gukesh game still continuing. I kind of expected a resignation from, yeah, there we have it. Gukesh has defeated Leon Mendonca and moves to the joint 3rd spot. This pushes Leon all the way to the 6th spot. He was leading for the first 2 days, but a slightly less optimal day, and he's already out there in the 6th place. The fluidity of the format. And Karthikeyan Setu game still going on. Raunak has managed to defeat Surya and moves to the 5th spot, the top 5. He would be hurting about his loss against Harika. He would have expected to win that game. That would see him at the top of the standings along with Arjun. But Harika played extremely well and was the deserved winner of that game. Still one game going on between Karthikeyan and Sethuraman. Both the players having less than a minute. And there we have it. It's a repetition and a draw in the Sethuraman Karthikeyan game. What a spectacular round, guys. I think before we hit the standings, we should have another look at how things turned around in the Puranic Sankalp game. It was at this point, queen h3, rook f6, and I'm pretty sure Sankalp missed bishop into h5 and queen into d7 here. And after a long think, he played bishop d6, and it looked like Abhimanyu had the game at this point. It was a pawn up. Abhimanyu was quite comfortable, and this was the first moment when things started changing. He played queen into b7, and boom, rook into g2. Okay, not flustered, king e2, but now rook g3, following the knight and kind of insisting that the rook be a martyr for black in this position. Rook g3, f into g3, f into g3, rook f1, g2. And at this point, Sankalp had only 15 seconds, but it was quite enough for him. He had it all worked out. He had it all worked out right down to the point. And here white had to kind of bail out and take a draw. Abhimanyu was not interested in doing that. He wanted to go, he still kept his ambition, which is understandable because you play this move queen d7 and you expect white to take g into f1, rook into f1. You expect black to do this and the game still goes on. But here Sankalp found this spectacular move, and just to see how many of you had been watching the games today, what did black play here? This was the move of the game and move of the round. What did black do here? And how did black win? Chat. It was g1 queen. G1 queen, a spectacular move that really changed the complexion of this game completely. And the point being, after rook into g1, queen into f3, king e1, queen f2, king d1, queen into g1, and it's checkmate. And this game defined the leaderboard after round 11. A quick look at the standings. Arjun with 22 points leading, playing against Abhimanyu with the white pieces in the next round. Gukesh and SL right there. I think a lot of pre-tournament favorites have caught up. You know, people like SL, 3 wins in a row today. And in his 4th game, he will be playing against Gukesh with the white pieces. So exciting round coming up, guys. Exciting round. Arjun plays with the white pieces against Abhimanyu. SL plays with the white pieces against Gukesh. Raunak right there. Leon, who has had a great tournament so far. He just needs 1 win to get back into the momentum. Before we go into the next round, a quick reminder for all of our viewers about the GIGL. GIGL is the great Indian gaming league conducted by our title sponsor, MPL. You can win a total value of rupees 2,000 crores in winnings in the GIGL, and this happens between March 24 to May 29. And to participate, download the MPL app from the link in the pinned comment or the description. Now, here's a sneak peek into GIGL.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds. Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is a perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14. And I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted, and it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was 2 of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
This game involves an element of financial risk.
Welcome back to an exciting last round of day 3, the game between Arjun and Abhimanyu and SL Narayanan against Gukesh. But before we dive into the games, we are joined by a very special guest. Now, this tournament is filled with young grandmasters, filled with young grandmasters, grandmaster at 15, grandmaster at 16, at 17. But we have a special guest who became a grandmaster well into his late 30s, at 35 or 36, Grandmaster Kevin from Singapore.
Hello. Hi. Hello, Sri. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Kevin. Welcome to the stream. And to bring you and the viewers up to speed, it has been 11 rounds in the MPL Indian Chess Tour, and this is a qualifying event to the main Champion Chess Tour. The winner of this tournament takes place in the next iteration of the CCT, which takes place in May. So they are fighting for that spot, the winner. And the top 8 qualifies to the next iteration of the MPL Indian Chess Tour that takes place in June. So it's a total of 4 tournaments. And the person who wins at the end of there will be a grand final after the 4 qualifying events. And the person who wins the grand final gets into the next year's Champion Chess Tour.
I feel like, Sri, you're trying to bring me up to speed, yeah? Not really the audience. But yeah, that's a nice one, yeah, because you know clearly that I just before I came onto the show that I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
And again, before we go into the games, a quick look once again to remind the viewers about the standings of the tournament. Arjun out there at the lead with 22 points. He's playing against the second placed player, Abhimanyu Puranik, at 21 points. It's 3 points for a win and 1 point for a draw in this format. And the players on number 3 and number 4, Gukesh and SL Narayanan, are also playing against each other. This is the 12th round in a total of 15 rounds. And so far, the openings haven't given away much. It's pretty standard opening in the Arjun Abhimanyu game and symmetrical English opening, where I do like White's control of the d5 square, but it's just a standard position so far.
Yeah,
and
I mean, before we go into the games, I wanted to ask you, like, how many of these players are your students, like past and present? Apart from, I mean, Arjun, obviously everyone knows, right? Like, who else?
That's a yeah, that's a interesting question, So Arjun, I trained personally. Abhimanyu and Gukesh, I have never worked with. SL, I have never worked with so far, but I could work with. I am going to work with him as part of the Indian team. Now he's part of the Indian team. I'm the Indian team coach. And Raunak is also a personal student. Leon, I haven't worked with. Karthikeyan, I haven't worked with. Surya, I have coached him as part of the Indian team in the World Teams in 2019. So that's 4 out of 8. Sankalp, I have worked with personally as well as with the team. It's 5 out of 9. Lalit, I haven't worked with. Harika, I haven't worked with. Aryan, I haven't. Abhijit Gupta, I haven't worked with. Adiban Seturaman, I have worked with as part of the teams. And Inian also I worked as part of the team. So technically it's 8 out of 16, half the field.
So like everyone, yeah, in short, yeah.
Half of them, 1 out of 2. Which is also pretty interesting for me because I'm constantly making notes while I'm commentating on these players, and the things to tell them, the things to tell them to make a note of, their strengths and weaknesses and everything. It's a very exciting tournament, Kevin, because they've been literally waiting for, like people have been asking, many of the grandmasters to have a tournament like this where the best of the Indian players get to participate. And we finally have 4 of these events, not just 1 during this year.
And somebody must have asked this before, but why? I mean, Pragananda and Nihal, they are not in the field. Yeah? I don't see them.
So Vidit Harikrishna and Prag, they are already part of the main champion chess tour. They are already overqualified. Prag won the Challengers Chess Tour the previous year. So he's not part of this because this is a qualification to the main champion chess tour. And Nihal, he had some other commitments during this tournament, so he couldn't play. But again, there are 4 tournaments coming up, so you're going to see pretty much everyone out there at some point, either in the Indian Chess Tour or the Champion Chess Tour. You're going to see all your favorite Indian players out here in overall the Champion Chess Tour. And apart from the games, the prices, you have $150 per win. Apart from these things, this also counts for the Champion Chess Tour rating.
Oh, Champion Chess Tour rating. Okay, that's clearly I'm rather out of touch.
So the Champion Chess Tour have their own rating system from this year. Of course, Magnus Carlsen is at the top of it right now. No prizes for guessing, but they have a rating system, and all these games which are being played are counted towards that rating system, which I came to know quite recently.
Okay, so I'm not that out of touch.
Yes.
Okay, so what is happening in this game? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, into the games, there are basically, I think, 2 important games for this round in determining the leaderboard at the end of this day. And the first one between Arjun and Abhimanyu, it looks a bit more pleasant for white, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I never really like playing this English symmetrical stuff because it just feels like, you know, the d5 square is always under control by white, but I still play it anyways. It's my main opening against the English. Yeah, the queen on b2 and the bishop on c3, they make a nice impression. Yeah, like just controlling matters in the center. Also, black is never really ever going to take on d5 because, yeah, it doesn't really win a pawn.
Yeah,
that's knight takes d5. Yeah, even if there's no tactic like that, I think the compensation down the long diagonal would be a dream come true in general.
Absolutely. So it seems like so I was just describing Arjun as, you know, someone who's quite strategic. Of course, he can do a lot of things. He's universal, but he's primarily someone who's very strong with his strategic moves. And Abhimanyu is someone who revels in complications, who's very good at, who's more like Tal, let's say. And I think this position out of the opening, it seems more in Arjun's favor, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, he played f5, you know, knight h5, f5. I suppose he wanted to do some stuff on the king side. It certainly wasn't black's idea to play rook f8. I suppose he wanted to keep the rook on f8 to do some f4 stuff, but it's just not happening for him.
Yeah, I think white is likely to get f4 and compared to black. And
I feel like black has to play knight f6. I can't tolerate the d5 knight for too long. Oh, but he just played.
Yeah, but what would white play now? I guess that was his intention, yeah? Rook e8, defending the e5 pawn and going knight f6. But as white, I was looking to make something like knight d2 and f4 work.
Yeah, here he goes knight f6, I guess. And now d3, the d3 pawn is slightly weak.
He goes rook e1. Knight f6, perhaps his intention is to play e4. So the battlefield is about the e5 and f5 pawn.
Yeah, these positions are real tough to handle. Yeah, like you need to have, like you need to figure out what to do after if black can never play knight to d4. and then there's captures, or you can play on 94 plate, yeah.
Oh, no. This is the analysis board. The live board is in the right corner.
Oh, right. Okay. So 94 and probably white goes 92, and then some F4 stuff. Becomes really complicated.
But yeah, I think we can conclude here that Arjun has a bit of pressure, but Abhimanyu also has a pretty solid position for the moment. And let's go to this the other important game for this round between SL Narayanan. This is not me, by the way. I'm commentating here. I'm not making the moves with the white pieces against Gukesh. Now, to bring you up to speed, Kevin, Gukesh has had a number of frustrating results so far in this year. He finished second in the national championship behind Arjun with the same points, but lower in tiebreak. And he finished second in the Delhi Open, again with the same points, but a lower tiebreak. And he is still looking for that one tournament, where Arjun is not having the higher tiebreak than him, and hoping that maybe this is that tournament. He started off quite well. He's been very much in the top bracket so far, and he has had a good day today. He's had 2 wins and a draw against Surya in a crazy game. But in this game against SL Narayanan, he seems to be under pressure. And SL has won all 3 out of 3 today. But before we go deeper into this game, concluding that white is probably a bit better, but black has made a very nice move. But I want to interrupt because something very interesting happened in the game between Surya and Abhijit Gupta.
Wow, this looks
Abhijit is in huge trouble.
Very dangerous for black.
Yeah, it's equal pawns, but with queen d2, the threat is queen d6 check, queen d7, and this rook would block the exit on the d file, and this king is in great danger.
Yeah, this just looks like black is going to get mated in a few moves. Yeah, my coach used to say that when you have heavy pieces on the board and no minor pieces, and whoever has the weaker king will lose the game, like 95% of the time. So
yeah, it's all heavy weaponry.
Yeah, there's no G pawn, and that's the reason for black's downfall. Yeah, like queen h6 and then king e7, queen h4. Is the idea, I guess. So say rook takes c3.
Yeah. You first want to prevent the king from running away.
Yeah, rook d1, rook d1 first. So your move rook d1 is good, I think. Oh, well, he played queen h6.
He played queen h6, yeah.
Okay, and then rook d1 is the same, I think.
Yeah, it's the same. Just a bit more forcing, yeah, and then queen h4 and.
Yeah, you can't stop queen h4, I think. Rook a4, maybe. And then I think...
Which is why I wanted to keep the queen on d2 first. Flexible,
Yeah, rook a4. I don't see how to give checks yet. I was thinking of rook f3, but they go queen e5.
No, but in these situations when you can't find the checks, you can't find the finish, you can also just take pawns. Because especially in shorter time control, many times you're just spending too much time trying to find a mate, and also
you don't have to really.
You don't have to do it instantly.
So here you can try something like rook f4.
Yeah, I was checking rook f4 and rook d2.
D2.
Queen e3, rook d3.
Yeah, and if queen e5, you have rook e3. I guess.
Yeah.
Rook takes c3.
But Surya is not having any of that, yeah? He just goes queen h4 check.
Oh, he allows the king to run, yeah?
Yeah, he allows the king to run. It's his second king run of the day, his opponents. He had a crazy game against Gukesh, where Gukesh's king ran and escaped. But here it seems like he's calculated, yeah? Rook d1 check, king c6, there's queen e4. But now there's king c7.
King c7.
Ah, yeah, queen f4.
Ah.
And if the king goes this side, then there's rook b1 check and
Yeah,
you hit
okay,
here.
yeah. This is over. Yeah.
King c7, there's queen f4, and if the f7 pawn falls, everything else falls. Yeah. Okay, but you can still keep the game going with king d6. But yeah, I think Surya is winning this one. Yeah? Going
no,
back to the
you know, I think after queen h4, king d7, he's probably going to play queen h7.
Ah, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then take f7. He's more greedy. True. Yeah, like VD.
Yeah. Yes, like VD. Or Arjun is a new greedy these days. He's incredibly greedy. He just wants everything.
He wants to win every game. He wants to win every tournament. I saw he won some open tournament recently, I think, in India.
Yeah, and the incredible thing though, he tells me all these things on WhatsApp, what he wants, how many points he wants to score, and then he just goes out and does that.
That's creepy.
It's, I know, right? It's like I don't know. I can't think of a similar football analogy because I don't watch football. But like, imagine someone says that I'm going to score a goal and like I'm going to pass the ball this way. I'm going to pass the ball. I'm going to pass the ball, and this is how I'm going to score on this minute.
Yeah.
And this is the amount of.
Yeah, it's great when you can make these predictions come true.
I know, right?
So you could say like, I'm going to find a wife here, or you know, I'm going to get a girlfriend. Same thing, yeah.
Well, I think the difference between Arjun and me, Arjun can do it. And he's done it on
just to clarify, this is not the main. This is the main Chess24 channel. Yeah, it's not the India.
Yeah, it's not. It's the main Chess24 channel.
But probably everyone who's watching are Indians. Is the majority.
No, so you can go to the Chess24 website. You go to the chat. You see all people from all across the world.
I'm wondering if.
But yeah, the YouTube is Indian.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if people know the inside story. You know, I mean, if you know, you know. So
that I'm sure a lot of people do.
Yeah, I think I just set the YouTube off.
Yeah, the YouTube knows.
Okay.
The YouTube audience is my Discord audience. Talking about Discord, guys, also check out the Chess24 Discord. Chess24 has a Discord now, so do check that out and
only now?
Join that as well. They've been having it for a few months.
And you're not doing this premium membership giveaways?
I'm sure they are. I'm sure that there are events which give. There's also a 40% discount for the premium membership right now. So here's also your chance to become a Chess24 premium. Join the likes of Kevin and me in accessing exclusive premium content of Chess24. Like for example, the journey of Magnus Carlsen in his World Championship match recently.
Yeah, Queen.
What do you think of this position, Kevin?
Yeah, it just looks very very strange. Yeah, like Queen b4. I don't know. Doesn't come to mind like to change queens at this moment. Okay, but I guess it's more of because of the weakness of the c file. Yeah, like you want to change the queens and go rook c7.
Yeah, hit the a7 pawn. So let's say I take e into d4 now to get d3 to threaten d3.
Yeah, rook c7.
Can I just
d3,
ignore that?
I was thinking you could take this. I was thinking bishop d1.
Ah, okay. You just go back.
And to go b3. And knight g5 stuff.
Go knight d6.
Nah, 96.
Aren't you a bit scared of this pawn on d3? Wouldn't that be better and simpler ways for you to win? Or,
Yeah, maybe.
convert your advantage?
Yeah, maybe. But he's the one who played queen b4, I wouldn't have played queen b4. So I'm trying to figure out why he's doing it. So knight e5, knight e5 here. I don't know.
I think the point is, at the end of it, this d3 pawn doesn't really go past d2, while this b pawn is a lot more dangerous, assisted by this dark square bishop.
Yeah, and
so
bishop b3.
A position like this.
Yeah, also bishop b3 comes next.
Also bishop b3 comes. So I think strategically, long term, it looks like black is in terrible shape here. And
there's rook c8, by the way. Rook a c8.
True, but also I think we can improve White's play a bit earlier, yeah? Like... maybe you can... Oh, so he takes e into d4, he doesn't allow... It makes much more sense this way. He doesn't allow this, but it's still equal pawns, and maybe I don't know if it makes sense to start by stopping d3.
Knight e1, very Catalanish type of move, yeah. Controlling the pass pawn. You want to put a knight on d3, like a real grandmaster. controlling your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get my title on April 1.
Who's the guy who did it? Oh yeah, that's me. All right. It's for real, Like I saw that, like the FIDE actually sent me the certificate on 1st April.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's a great timing.
We should also, so I think we can conclude here that white is clearly better.
Yeah, I like white.
And check out also the other important game, Leon against Raunak, where Leon just took this pawn on e4, Kevin. So white is a pawn up here. Day into e4, queen g8 check, king e7 mode, and some bishop g5 check incoming out here. And if white goes king to d7, now I'm stuck.
Queen h7, yeah? Queen h7.
Yeah, queen h7. Queen e7 is queen into h8.
King d6, bishop.
King d6 is too ambitious.
Yeah. This must be over.
Yeah.
Nice trick.
Yeah, nice trick. And it started out here, yeah. He played this move knight e4, which was probably a big mistake. And you take, rook into h8, bishop into h8, and bishop into e4. Again, both of these juniors, amazing players. Leon is just 16 years old, and he was leading on the first 2 days. He had a bad tournament today. Things hasn't gone his way. He lost 2 games out of 3. And he drew against Aryan Chopra, lost the 2 black games against Karthikeyan Murli and Gukesh. But he's still here to fight, and he's very much in contention. He's at the 6th spot right now, but a couple of wins and he'll be right back there. And so far, he has a better position against Raunak. So going through a roundup of the top 3 games of this round, Arjun Erigaisi and Abhimanyu, I think it's more or less balanced for the moment. I don't really expect anything major to happen in the immediate future, but SL Narayanan is winning, and Leon is clearly better. Both Leon and SL are having better positions. Winning is too strong a word.
Yeah, this position between Arjun and Abhimanyu now looks far more complicated, yeah? Like, for example, now black plays queen c3. Okay, you got to be careful you don't get mated down the long diagonal. Like,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
like
I
this,
wanted to
yeah.
go pawn. Yeah, for example, yeah, Queen A1. That'd be great, yeah. Okay. I don't go pawn grabbing. I gotta go Queen S6. I think. No point in.
You just want this
So-
pawn, yeah.
Yeah, you go Queen C3, and then no, so you don't go. You don't really have to go Rook C1. So it's something else. Knight F3.
Yeah, you don't have to go Rook C1. True.
Yeah.
It was just an example to show
Maybe
lovely
Knight
people of
F3,
Chess 24.
Knight F3, Knight E5. I don't know. It still feels to me white is still for choice.
White is still what?
For choice, I felt because
Spoil for choice.
it's still for choice, like
Okay, for choice. Yeah.
So for example, here Knight F3. Oh, he played Queen C3. So maybe Knight F3 to go to E5, I thought. And
Knight F3 was
you're saying?
Knight F3 was also my first intention, but Knight B3, how do you react?
Yeah, I was thinking like, okay, I saw this and I was thinking, okay, he can't do much yet, right? So say Rook F2 with the idea of Rook C2.
Rook F2 is a strong move. Although Rook C2 is not exactly a threat.
No, you can't
But Knight E5 is a threat.
No, you can't take the pawn because of Queen check.
Because of mate, it's always that.
Yeah, it's always this long diagonal stuff.
Yeah, I see why you prefer White's position here, because Black's counterplay is not exactly flowing, yeah.
Knight on A5 is not so easy to get it back into play. And bishop on G8, not great. He probably will improve his bishop, like say bishop E6 to D7, something like that. And also to, just in case you forget any mating stuff, give his king some breathing space.
Yeah.
But still, it still feels like White is the one who has more ideas. Probably you don't go Knight F3, Knight E5 so quickly. He might just take the knight. The exchange sack. I don't know. Yeah, since you said the guy is a tactical guy.
Yeah, he's very tactical and he's very tricky, and but okay, it's not the kind of tricky that he doesn't see the kind of moves that we do. Yeah, I mean, he's tricky at a different level. When he hits you with this tricky stuff, you just don't see it. That's my experience with him.
And by then it's too late. Huh?
Yeah, but then it's too late. Yeah, exactly. I used to wonder, like how these guys defeated other grandmasters. I'd be like, okay, but grandmasters can see things coming. How can you do it to a grandmaster? But I understand now better. There are these people who are exceptional.
So it's just talent or what?
Yeah, I think it's talent. In Abhimanyu's case, I think it's a very unique talent and it's extraordinary. He has this amazing ability, talent, and of course also he has worked through it. But primarily, it's talent.
Yeah, because it's not just solving tactics, right? Everybody is solving tactics. Everybody is solving combinations, calculation, whatever. So
yeah, I mean it's totally not just
work.
Tactics.
No,
yeah,
I mean I'm sure work he has put in work. It doesn't come from anywhere, nowhere, but something just X factor maybe. Okay, he played Rook E2, so not sure.
Yeah, he played Rook. I think this game's going to be a bit slow for some time. We'll get back to this because there is some update in the SL Narayanan Gukesh game where he did not play Knight E1. He went Rook C7, he took Rook to B7, and at the end of it, I don't think he has any advantage left anymore because the B5 pawn is lost, E2 pawn is lost.
And
maybe he has a bit of.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Maybe he has a bit of an advantage because of the bishop, but I think not much.
Yeah, kind of a shame, yeah. Okay, you are still playing for something like Rook B7 here, for example. Oh, sorry, there's a bit of, I forgot about the E2 pawn. Let's look at the pawn.
Yeah, the problem is,
King
yeah, this is
F3.
what happened in the game, and I think Rook E8.
Yeah, King F3. You've got to do that, right? Okay, you can play F4, King F2. I don't know
Yeah, true.
if you want.
Still something, some
Still
small,
something, I think.
yeah.
Yeah, you can probably even keep rooks. You know, there could be a way to somehow achieve that.
Yeah, as long as the A pawns remain, white has some chances, yeah.
Mm.
Meanwhile, we have the first result in round 12. Surya has won his game against Abhijit Gupta, and that's Surya's first win in a really long time. He won 4 games in a row, rounds 3 to 6, and then he didn't win any games from rounds 7 to 11, losing 3 in the process, but he's back to the winning ways and moves to 19 points out of 36 with that win. Rook 8, King F3 on the board. F6, pretty nice move with the idea of knight e5.
Yeah,
And,
I mean, I was trying to figure out if there's a way to keep the rooks on. I thought that would be, you know, if white wants to win the game badly, this is how he does it. But I think this is probably very close to a draw now.
Yeah, it seems so. It seems like not much. Okay, white can still go. Actually, you have to be careful. Yeah, like if the king comes to c5, maybe white has some. I think it feel king e6 played, knight c2 played instead.
Yeah, because king c4, there's knight d6. I think maybe that was.
And king c5, knight a4 check. Yeah.
Yeah, so he could go king b4, and maybe he didn't want that.
Yeah, true. He goes knight c2 first, knight e7. Do you think he would go knight d4 check now?
Well, then it's pretty much agreeing to a draw. Or you still think there's something you can still play?
No, I think that's not much. I think the game's pretty close to a draw. Pretty close to a draw. So Suri has won. Adiban drew against MR Dalit Babu.
How's our friend Adiban doing? Is he getting worse because he got married?
That's what people would think. But what I noticed is he's gotten worse since he's done his course. People tend to see these two things and just correlate it, and that's a danger with correlation, because it's not just two things at play, and it's very important that you go down to the root cause and find the causation, not just the correlation. And this is the root cause I found. Yeah, I think we can move on from this game. Have a look at the game between Leon against Ronak, which is under fire, Kevin. White has down a piece. This just happened. Long castle, bishop g4, and now boom, knight into d5. Knight into e3, knight c7 check.
Wow, this is great calculation.
Leon with just 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm assuming that this works. Yeah? King f8.
Queen
takes.
I take.
Yeah, takes. I take on d1, and then king takes, and then you are like 2 pawns up.
Yeah, 2 pawns up. This is what is happening. Yeah.
This is the point of the whole thing. So maybe we have to unwind a little bit to show what's going on. So for example, after. The whole point of knight takes d5 is that, okay, if cd5, obviously, white goes bishop d5, winning back the piece. And on top of everything else, queen b5 check, and etc. So he has to go knight takes e3. And now the knight is pinned, the d5 knight. You can't capture back because b3, queen is hanging. And if you take back, he takes yeah, if you take with the pawn, c d5. I mean, even this position looks remarkable.
I know.
This one looks terrible for black. Bishop takes d5 and the lines are all open. But I think what he did was nicer, yeah? Knight c7 check. A very nice conversion.
Yeah, I think here the main thing is to show what happens if the queen to c7, yeah?
Yeah, queen c7, queen g8, yeah?
King e7 and queen h7.
And queen a7. And you win the queen.
No way to protect the queen.
Yeah, the king is cut off from the d file. So very nice calculation. I mean, in the rapid game, you can see this is pretty nice.
Yeah, but I think it's still tricky, you know, because how do you get this knight out into the game? If the knight was out here, then it's game over. But how do you do that?
Yeah, so knight b6, bishop e6, huh? Is what you say. What you're saying.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So knight basically is bishop e6. It seems very hard to get the knight out. The knight is like stranded in the opposition camp, and bishop d8 is a threat. So you have to move the knight now, or you would do something. It's tough. It's tough to. He goes in d2. It's tough for us, not for these guys. And now he goes b4.
No, now go b4, b5. Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, it's not so clear.
Bishop e6 played quickly. The idea of bishop b3.
Yeah,
king c2.
Yeah, king c2 played. Yeah, king c2 to stop bishop e3. Now the question is how black can...
Bishop c4 now, maybe?
Yeah, bishop h3, yeah. Like, let's quickly go and extricate my knight.
But you're not really extricating, no? Like I take this.
Yeah,
bishop c, I go b5.
Yeah, still trapped, yeah.
It's always trapped because you don't have a dark square bishop.
I wanted to use my pawns or somehow, but there's no reasonable way to do so.
Yeah, it's not so easy. It's not so easy. Maybe this is so the live bar, the live evaluation bar shows there's no advantage for white, and maybe there's just no advantage here. Maybe it's just equal despite being up 2 pawns.
Despite the nice combination, I think maybe he stopped after knight takes 8 and he got excited with the whole thing, and he had also 1 minute left. It's impossible to calculate that far, or maybe
when you have only 1 minute left, you can't calculate complications. Yeah.
So the question is, I guess, yeah. So instead of this knight c7, was f3 was better then? I don't know.
I'm not sure because you have 30 seconds, and I guess you want an endgame where you have no chances to lose compared to this position.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, but let's say from an objective point of view, because now my next move is bishop b7, I guess. For example, queen c7, I go bishop b7.
I hate this position for black.
Yeah.
And do I have to take cd? Can I play some bishop e6? Oh, no.
Nice c7, yeah.
I walked into it, yeah.
I didn't even see bishop e6.
Yeah. Can I play something else as black here though? Should be fine.
Stupid knight is still
doesn't look.
But I can go. Let's try to find some unpinning move that allows my queen to. I was thinking queen c4, but now you go bishop e6, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's your evil plan.
I'm not really sure if it works because you're queen e4.
Okay. Okay, I didn't see this.
Yeah, this looks good because considering what happened in the game between He's lost one of his pawns, and now there's an A parser, and this knight is just never coming out. So I'm not even sure if it's white who's trying to win anymore.
Well, he's going to pretend. He's going to try to play G4, F5, and scare the hell out of his opponent.
But G4 does Bishop D7, yeah, and it's actually white who has less time here.
He'll prepare this, yeah? He'll play Bishop E4 first, I guess.
Yeah, so what does black play now?
So here we should try to change light square bishops, right? Say Bishop D7.
Well, if you want to change light square bishop, can you
go
do
King
D7 and Bishop
King
C6?
D7 and Bishop 6, yeah. Okay.
But now there's Bishop H3 check. So he goes Bishop C4. And assuming he wants some Bishop E4, King F7. Just waiting around, yeah? White goes G4, F5. We're going to see draw. Chad, what do you think? What do you think is going to be the result of Arjun Abhimanyu? What do you think is going to be the result of SL against Gukesh? And what do you think is going to be the result of this game? We have 3 thrillers going on in this round. And at the end of it, there's going to be 1 leader or more. What do you think? Such a thrilling tournament and such a thrilling round so far. G4 and F5. I'd still think there's very high propensity for this game to be ending in a draw, but problem with G4, black controls it with Bishop E6. Yeah, you can't get F5 so easily. But as white, I would be very scared here. I would just try to.
Same. Yeah, I understand. This is so okay, but on the other hand, it's not so easy for black to make progress as well. Yeah, like his pawns. Okay, you go A4 and then you can't really push. And the dark square bishop.
True.
So the philosophical question is,
Kevin, there is a plan. I go A4, I go Bishop A5.
Okay.
And then once I get that, for example, let's start with a move for white here, yeah?
Yeah, we go King B2, yeah, at some point.
A4.
Bishop E2. Let's keep Bishop E2, Bishop D5. No, but maybe I can make a draw here. I'll take the pawn and I'll make a draw.
Yeah, true. He's gone King E6, Bishop E4. I guess he wants G5. But now there's Bishop F5 check.
King F7, yeah. G5, Bishop F5. No, you can take the pawn. Yeah, take G5.
I can't take it back. Now the knight comes out. G5 is attempted, but out of the question. Bishop E4. Can I do Bishop D5 here? This was our other idea, yeah? And how does white survive here? But maybe you have to just do something like this here and try to make draw. Which is not easy though, because this pawn on B4, you cannot really take it. He goes G5, F into G5, King E5. And all these pawns are falling now. Yeah, but maybe just come back now.
It still feels like we should be able to hold this.
Oh, it's just 2 seconds.
Wow. This is you get 10 seconds.
It's like what?
You get 10 seconds to move.
Yeah, 10 seconds per move.
No,
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's fine. I still feel it just feels like white should be able to hold this. Okay, I mean the time situation makes it different.
Yeah, the time situation is what scares me for white. But the game has certainly turned around. It's no longer white trying to win this, which was the case for most of the game, but it has turned around. And it is black all the way. Is Bishop D5 over now?
Wait, what? Yeah, I think he forgot. Now I think it's over.
Yeah, I forgot. I mean, but how long can you How long can you hold on with 10 seconds? It's just over now. Bishop g4, it's just game over. This is such a sad and tragic day for Leon. He was leading after the first 2 days, and today he scored 1 out of 12. 1 draw, and this would be his 3rd loss if he loses this. The game between SL, Narayanan and Gukesh has ended in a draw. So SL finishes the day with 21 points, as does Gukesh. After 3 wins in a row, SL takes a bit of a break. He makes a draw and is very much in contention, both of them, for the championship. And Raunak, with this win, will jump to 22 points. It really pays to have decisive games in this format. And Raunak is also right up there in the leaderboard. It's going to be a very exciting final day to see who qualifies to the next iteration of the Champions Chess Tour. Perhaps we should move on from this game. Arjun against Abhimanyu, where Abhimanyu seems to be under quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah, Arjun has made a lot of progress. Yeah, from the last position that we saw.
Yeah, which was a really long time ago, but it really feels like Arjun has outplayed Abhimanyu for the most part. These pawns on c4 and c5, I think, about equal. The pawn on d3, clearly superior to the pawn on a7, and the rooks better placed than the black rooks, and this bishop is also quite well placed compared to the bishop.
The
It took me a long time.
The Rubinstein rook on a6, yeah?
Exactly.
Squeezing the a7 pawn. Yeah, sorry, I interrupted you.
No worries, no worries. It took me a really long time to understand the value of the positioning of your pieces in such endgames. For many years, I would just calculate my way out of these things, and then I got a lot of real life lessons from the more experienced grandmasters.
Why do you do an endgame course for Chessor? Like from your real life experience. I know there are fans in Singapore who want to watch that.
I'm not sure when my next course is going to be. But I do know someone who has done a fabulous endgame course on Chessable called the Endgame Magic. It's Hari Krishna. So if you want to learn endgames from an Indian author, you can check that out.
So,
and I can also confirm that Hari Krishna is like a lot stronger than me in endgames. He's amazing at technique.
I wanted to ask you about your Catalan course. Like, are you raking it in? Are you?
Am I what?
Are you just raking in the money? Before the recent popularity of the Catalan, are you buying like properties in Manhattan or whatever? Like,
I wish.
How are you doing on that front? Okay, so now the last pawn is gone.
Yeah, the last pawn is gone, but
but there are 2 rooks.
D6,
yeah, so
yeah, mating net, yeah. Mating net and 30 seconds each. Also, a quick summary of the results in the other games. Raunak did manage to defeat Leon. He moves to 22 points. SL drew against Gukesh. Surya did beat Abhijit Gupta as we expected. Karthik and Murli lost to Aryan Chopra. Divan drew against Lalit Babu, and Sethraman drew against Sankalp. And Harika also drew against Inian. So this is the roundup. And this is the last game that's going on for the day today. What do you think, chat? What do you think? Will Arjun manage to win this, or is this going to be a draw? And what do you think, Kevin?
Let's see what the chat says before.
You don't want to lead the chat, yeah?
Yeah, I don't want to influence anyone. But maybe nobody pays attention, yeah?
I don't see a mating net.
Are you looking at both chats, the Chess24 one and on Chess24 and on YouTube?
Yeah, whenever I can.
Yeah.
Although,
Let me try to monitor that and see if someone's insulting you. I'll let you know.
I doubt that would happen. I'm not popular enough for that yet.
Yeah, I mean, okay, obviously, if anybody can win this position, it has to be white, right? Okay, but the pawn is on c3 now.
I think it's pretty much a draw here, yeah?
Okay, now you repeat move, yeah? You go rook g8, rook g7, and draw. Oh, king 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if you get greedy with some bishop f5? It's also draw, yeah? But I was trying to go for something like this and trying to keep.
This will work on the if there's no increment, yeah? Like
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like they're going for the repetition that I mentioned.
Yeah, Arjun not quite happy with making this draw, but I think full credits to Abhimanyu. Like, for example, this bishop into c4 is a perfect example. Anyone else, they might have been grounded out in this position, but rook d4, bishop into c4, very resourceful defense by Abhimanyu. So it's not just, he finds these things, not just in wins, but also in defense.
Do you think there's a better way for white to try to hold this? Oh, well, he played bishop b3, yeah? He didn't repeat the position, but I still think it's going to be drawn. But
I think so too. I mean, you can just go c2, yeah? Do you think we'll see a rook and bishop versus rook?
Yeah, highly likely. I think that's what's going to happen. He's going to play rook check. He's going to take the rook. And then bishop c2. And then, even this position, there's no easy way to take the a7 pawn.
Yeah, this is tricky. It's far from easy. You don't want to defend rook and bishop versus rook when you have 10 seconds each, and there is a lot of theory in rook and bishop versus rook. Huh? It's very, very interesting and a lot deeper than the two defenses that we know. So in the vacancy in Tara Steel Challenges, we'd have dinner with Surya, who was also playing there. And one of the dinners, Surya started out the conversation by saying something like, I recently came to know that I know nothing about rook and bishop versus rook. And then I also had the same reaction. I was laughing. I was like, oh, come on, what do you mean? There are these two defenses, you know this, and that's a theory. And then he went on to show so many games where so many good players lost with the rook against rook and bishop, and showed so many different ways for it to happen. So many different things that you have to know in rook and bishop versus rook. And Arjun was right there, and he was soaking in all that information. So let's see how Arjun tries to. So this is the second rank defense.
Yeah, he goes straight into the second rank defense.
He goes straight into the second rank.
I have a ton of unpleasant experience with rook and bishop against rook, but primarily because I had 3 such endgames in standard chess and against GMs. I had the bishop. I mean the rook and the bishop against the rook. 3 times.
Okay.
Yeah. And
how did that go?
I didn't win any of it. The 2 of the draws, I nearly lost on time. Because I was still trying to figure out how to, do something. When the guy has already found the second rank defense, I was trying to find some way to overturn a century of theory.
Yes, so this is how you break the second rank defense. You put this bishop on e6, and this is still not over, chat. This is still not over. This is going to go on for some time. So if you're out there, then stay tuned and prepare to stay for at least five more minutes. You put the bishop in front of the rook, and black had to kind of go this side. Now he wants to put his rook on b8 next.
To the other side.
Can I play rook a8 now to prevent it? Okay, bishop to d7. Bishop to d7, rook b8, and now you make some move which breaks this construction, yeah?
Some kind of...
Arjun will show you.
Yeah, that's for Arjun to show, like how to break the second rank.
Yeah, rook a2. Rook a2 is what it is. Rook b7 and now bishop c8. Yeah.
And Rook B8.
Now king D, just king A7, rook A2, rook C2. That is king C7.
King C7 is
The
not
problem
actually-
is king D7, king A7, king C7. If you do this, black has rook B7 check.
Yeah, this is the standard motif to hold these positions.
Yeah, this is the second rank difference. And it's the easiest defense against the rook and bishop versus the rook. You put king and rook, one square apart, and that's pretty much all you have to remember. And you're not getting mated because whenever king comes to c7, there's always rook b7 check.
Sri, do you know the winning position? Like, do you know how to convert that winning position? Do you know the standard one?
I do, but I don't remember. It was shown by Anish against Vidit in one of the champion chess tours. And I saw this in January.
Wow.
I saw this in January, but I have an approximate idea. I'm not sure if I remember exactly.
It's very
But,
difficult. I don't know. Like I tried learning it, and the next day I forget everything. But that could
No, it depends. It depends on the time I have. If it's a classical game, I think I would be able to, with a 30-second increment, I can find my way, I think. If it's 5-second or 10-second increment, it gets very hard.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think it's the same problem for Arjun. He probably doesn't remember how to break this. But there was a game which Vishy lost recently against, in the Gashimo Memorial. He lost against, I don't remember who. He lost in the Gashimo Memorial with Rook against Rook and Bishop. This was in 2021. And Vishy tried to hold the second rank defense in that game. And it's not enough to know just that. If you
I don't know.
want to hold
I don't know
this
how.
position.
I don't know how much this this discussion on endgames is exciting the crowd. Yeah, Chad, do you love this?
It's Anand against Navara, Kashimo Memorial. It's Anand White against Navara in Gashimo Memorial. It was played in 19 December 2021.
Oh, that's fairly recent.
Yep, it's fairly recent. And
Fairly recent.
no, Vishy was not doing the second rank defense. He was doing this Cochrane
So
setup.
no one in the chat understands what the Cochrane defense is, or cockroach, whatever. no one understands that, like. I mean, I know it. I know it, and I don't understand it. Let's put it that way. Basically, that defense is black making only moves to prevent mate, right? That's basically.
The reason why I said it, because I think we'll be showing it. So Arjun has managed to drive it away from the second rank defense. Yeah, he played rook c6, king c5. So you can't. Oh, look! We are getting it.
Yeah, king d6 now. King d6 wins. Yeah, this wins.
King d6, rook g8, rook a8. It's over, guys. It's over. Rook c7. The tricks. There's a precise way to win here. Rook g1.
You go rook g8, rook c8, rook g1. I think.
But why not rook g1 directly?
Yeah, also can. Yeah. Let's go there. I think this wins now.
Rook g1 wins now, yeah. And Arjun, I guess he can say it. So I think it's full credits to Surya for this one, for showing how to do it. It's amazing. If you start with rook g8 and go rook g1, then maybe some rook d8 check.
Yeah, there's rook d8 check. Just realized. Yeah.
So he goes rook g2. And now he just go rook b2, king c8, rook a2. Or no, how do you prevent rook at 6 check?
No, king c8, there's bishop e6. So you have to go king a7.
Rook g8, rook king c5, yeah? King c5, rook c7, bishop c6, and it's over. Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, this is nice.
So very unpleasant, guys. Very unpleasant rook and bishop versus rook.
And if king a6, you go rook a8, rook a7, bishop c4. Right?
Rook g2. And you can see that he knows these things. Yeah, he's just seen it. It's fresh in his mind. But what's amazing is how he remembers, how he soaked in all that information and immediately managed to show it. You know, I could have got the same question and then I'd be like, oh wait, I know this, but I can't remember this. And Abhimanyu has resigned, and there you go, guys. This is a defining. This is a very important game in the context of this tournament. What an amazing win by Arjun.
Arjun looks so pleased with himself, you know, like he just won the lottery.
Yeah, I think he'd be very pleased at how he played, how he showed technique in this rook and bishop against the rook, because yeah. Also, we have Grandmaster Atalic in the chat who was saying that it's difficult. The Philidor is difficult with the B and G files, but what an amazing win by Arjun that puts him on the top of the standings. Very unfortunate for Abhimanyu, who also had an amazing run. He won 6 games in a row. He seemed unstoppable, but Sethu stopped him with that one draw, and post that he ran into Sankalp Gupta with that amazing rook into G2, rook G3, and Arjun with another amazing technique in the rook endgame. So Arjun on top of the standings. He was a pre-tournament favorite. He has been winning every single thing that has come in his way so far in this year, and he continues on that run with 25 points. But Ronak right behind with 22. He has had a lot of decisive games so far, and the format has suited him. He's enjoying the complications. He would be a bit upset with his loss against Harika, but he has also won so many games. Second place at 22. Abhimanyu and SL Narayanan and Gukesh still right there in contention with 21. 1 or 2 games, 1 or 2 wins, and they are still right there. And Surya quite solid on 19. Leon had a horrible day. 2 very good days, but today didn't go his way. Very unfortunate for him. And then we have the people at the mid tables, Karthikeyan, Aryan Chopra, Sankalp Gupta, who mounted an amazing comeback today, 3 wins and a draw, and is in contention to finish in the top 8. Lalit Babu, Harika, Abhijit Gupta, all of these people fighting for the top 8, right down to the last, the person at the last place, the Grandmaster Indian. All of them can get into the top 8, the top 5 in contention for the first place, and all the rest of them fighting for the top 8 to be part of the next iteration of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. And thank you so much, Kevin, for joining in today. Thank you so much, chat. And before we close the show, we want to thank MPL for supporting this tournament and the Indian chess community. This has been an amazing opportunity for all the top Indian grandmasters, and something that people were asking for many, many years. And thanks to MPL, we have this not just one tournament, but 4 such tournaments this year with qualification to the Champion Chess Tour. And don't forget to participate in the MPL's Great Indian Gaming League from March 24 to 29, where winnings up to a whopping rupees 2,000 crores are up for grabs. So download the MPL app from the pinned comment or from the description. Do you know how much is 2,000 crores, Kevin? You are in the finance.
Nope.
It's I guess it's something like Magnus's rate. It's something like 2,900. It's beyond imagination for me. I find it hard to count the number of zeros.
You're asking the guy who can't count pawns. Like just now, yeah, I missed the E2 pawn again, you know.
But thank you so much for joining in and for your insights.
Yep, thanks very much for having me. Thanks, chat. Yeah, the chat is going off about the endgame stuff. Yeah.
The endgame was really instructive. It's the
Yeah.
Cochrane defense, guys. Come on, guys. Why would you call it the cockroach defense? Oh my god. It's Cochrane. It's
Nobody remembers the Cochrane. This word makes no sense, right? But everybody knows cockroach. Basically, you survive.
It's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, you survive. Yeah, and you crawl your way to the survivor to escape. You know,
Indeed.
cocaine defense.
But yeah, thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you so much, chat. And do tune in tomorrow for an exciting last day. We'll be here at 3:15. So do tune in tomorrow. And thank you so much. And bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to